Powers.
Hello, Bangalore! Manfo Convention Center! Namma Bengaluru!
Oh. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and take the show underway.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Let me try that again. Namma Bengaluru! I love that energy. This is Convergence, the final day, grand finals. Everything converges to now as we see the final two teams left standing. We have Foot versus Vitality.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the kind of expected teams, I guess one might be able to argue coming in towards this, but the journey along the way, it got a little bit rickety along the road.
Yeah, it most certainly did. And of course, we've had some, stand-up performances from the likes of Runner, C-Ned, and of course, the rise of players like Kix and Ada Captain towards the end there. It's been quite the journey from the first game that they played till here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you sum it up quite well there. I mean, we're looking down the barrel of what is going to be some of EMEA's finest going into 2024 season. Of course, roster changes coming into it. The core three of Foot being stayed together through this journey as well, bringing on some new blood, which is always going to be really cool. And the experiment of Team Vitality looking pretty good.
That's right. And for now, let's have a look at our first contender for these grand finals. Turkish Aim meets Turkish Brain. Once again, Foot Esports.
Hello, how's it going? Look at the walkout. They're looking swaggy. But are they actually going to perform any better than yesterday, rather? Also, Global Esports beating Furia. I didn't watch the game because it meant nothing for the tournament. And to be honest with you, I thought Furia would just roll them. But that ended up being a very close game. At least, according to VLR, I didn't watch it. Yo, Bren Raid? What do you mean a Bren Raid? What time is it in Korea right now? Have you been... What the hell have you been up to? Oh. It's just like 5:30 p.m. That's not even that bad. What's up? What's up?
Yeah, absolutely. And Foot clearly have a head above shoulders.
I need my water. I'll be back in a second.
Vitality are coming in with guns blazing this time with a roster change that is pretty feared at the moment.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. I mean,
coming into Foot as well, Foot only dropped one single map this entire tournament.
Yeah, close games though. All things considered, I think Gen G would have been a little bit of a wake-up call. I think True Rippers coming in towards this one as well. A lot of unexpected results maybe coming.
Enjoy your din-dins, Bren.
Expected to be at this event, True Rippers, but they certainly put a question in people's heads here for the fans as well. True Rippers looking to go toe-to-toe against Global Esports, who I might add actually managed to take down Furia too. So that was a really exciting match.
That was definitely something, a sight to behold.
Yeah, what happened with Global Furia? Were you guys watching on the Sliggy watch party?
Dropped a single map in Convergence.
Yeah, I'm favoring Vitality in this match. I think I said yesterday, unless Foot can just outfrag them, which I don't think is likely when Runner, Kicks, Safer on the team. Sender as well. Destrian's probably the guy with the weakest fragging, but he also put up some nasty good rounds against Furia. He had like 2 rounds where he just won the game for them. MW0 couldn't carry enough. Yeah, one of those classic games where MW farms, but the rest of them can't get going, or what? That is terrible, Sunset. You need to fix your sleep schedule. Conan's IGLing is horrible. That's pretty sad to hear. MW should be on loud over QCK. I don't think that's what loud were looking for this season. I also don't think MW is as good as Aspas. So it would just be a worse version of the old loud. I think they were looking to try and reinvent themselves so that they could be good in other ways. Yeah, I agree that he's a better player overall than QCK, but I think the point is that they were looking to try and empower other people rather than empower QCK. At least that's the theory as far as I can understand it. I still don't really get the vision of what's going on in the Loud camp. Yeah, it would have been pretty much impossible for them to replace Aspas and even get a side grade. At least for the same role, same playstyle kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the question when we go in towards 2024. Are they going to be able to kind of one-up the trajectory that they were looking for in the previous roster installment as well? We can be asking the same question for Foot.
Yeah,
these guys did battle
Bald Sala does look very different.
Time ago, the core three of Foot battling in the playoffs of the NBA, where they did manage to
Dude, there's so much Conan slander in my chat. He was a sub for the majority of last year, right? Or am I thinking of the wrong person? He was like a guy that used to play on... Dude, was it like Pain Gaming or something way back when? And then he was a sub for a while?
Yeah, I agree that there is a little bit of a...
He'll probably get a bit better with experience. I mean, he might never get incredibly good, but he might get a bit better.
He was the highest rated in terms of, impact as well. And of course, he was one of the main reasons why Liquid won the VCT MEA, and now he's here for Vitality to try and see if he can replicate that. But
thoughts on T1 releasing King?
Vitality as a whole are going to use him.
Good thing for King.
Sweet revenge that they're looking for to beat Foot.
But I don't know where the hell King would go because most of the other teams have already secured their rosters at this point. There is still time, though, to make some swaps. I'd like to see some of the middle-of-the-pack APAC teams, see if they can pick him up even if they don't have any Korean players. I don't know what his English is like, though, and a lot of the APAC teams communicate in English. The RX King. Dude, these are not... Where the fuck are these rumors coming from? Isn't this just actual nobodies just speculating about DRX King? They already just promoted a Viper main. They kicked King years ago. Like, none of these rumors are... They're not real rumors. They're just speculation. Don't say DRX King rumors. Just say, I think he should join DRX.
What engagement and what information they're going to be able to get. But this is the team that is...
Turn down the volume of the DRX stream? Yeah, I could turn it down a bit. I normally run my YouTube at 50%. Vichi's autistic. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. The rumor is that Bleed are dropping Ye and picking up King because of role issues. Okay, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. Oh God.
It is a change and it needs to be adapting. The team needs to be able to change things on the fly in the map.
Scream on Avera chances to play VCT 2024. I mean, extremely minimal, I would say. Which is unfortunate because both of them could be VCT level players if they weren't so attached to play with each other, or Scream wasn't attached to the idea of IGLing rather than just being a duelist player. I don't know. How did you mess Vic's name worse than TMV? Wow. Okay, wait there. Oh my God. Your name is Vic is autistic. I mean, I'm just esports pilled. I see I mean, I say esports pilled. I should say Latin pilled, I guess. I say I see VICI, and my brain thinks Vici, like Veni Vidi Vici, you know, or Vici Gaming. It makes sense. Missed 79. Thank you for the 6 months. Do you think G2 will be good this year? I think so. Yeah. Unless, okay, they've just spent a year. Right, so let's start here. The G2 core was good back before franchising, right? They were like a top 3, if we're going to be reasonable. Maybe it goes up and down a little bit, but I think top 3 would be a reasonable way of defining that team in that pre-franchising area in North America, right? I'm not saying in the world. But a top 3 North American team, which is pretty damn good. And then in the year after, when franchising was kicking off and they were playing in the tier 2 level, they were extremely good, easily top 2 the entire year, probably the best the entire year in tier 2, and then they were scrimming constantly against the tier 1 teams and holding their own and looking like they were going to be at least middle of the pack. If they had been in VCT last year with Tex, they would have been, I think they would have gone to Champions. Maybe through LCQ. Maybe they wouldn't have got to Champions, you know, by directly qualifying or whatever, or making it to a Masters event. But I think they would have been one of the teams that made it to Champs at the end of the year. So, are they going to get worse than they have been the prior 2 years because Leaf's on the team? Is the competition increased to the point where they're going to perform worse? I don't think either of those things are true. So I think they should still be a good team.
So starting off on Ascent and Sunset, I actually wouldn't mind having Split as a guaranteed unknown quantity coming in towards this. I probably would say it's going to be the decider, all things considered, because it has been floated a little bit.
Tech pause? No, they're just slow getting into the game. They did like a big intro. They had flashing lights on the stage, and then they walked the 2 teams out. All right. So, Ascent is awesome. We haven't seen Vitality play Ascent, and we also don't know what composition they're going to run on Ascent. Safe said that he is not just the Sentinel player for this team. So, maybe Safe is going to be playing... I would expect Destrian to be on Sova and Kix to be on KO, but maybe that's not what they're going to do. But we're going to see some really new things here. I mean, Haven is also going to be interesting to have a look at what they run. Are they going to be running Sova Breach here, Vitality, or are they going to be running the Viper comp? So I'm hoping that this goes all 4 maps. All 5 maps. It probably won't, because that's not how most BO5s work. But at least we get Ascent at the very beginning to see whether Safe really is just Sentinel, or whether, as he seemed to indicate, he plays other things on other maps. No, I did not see any of the Cozy Clash. 100 Thieves was better than the Guard right before franchising. Arguably got better and didn't even make playoffs. Yeah, but 100 Thieves were only better than the Guard for that small period of time, right at the end of the year. 100 Thieves were worse than the Guard, as far as I can remember, all the rest of the year prior to that. And yes, arguably they got better. We were extremely excited about Cryo joining the team, but as it turns out, they weren't able to make it work. I mean, no one can look at the Cryo edition now and say that it made them better. It looked like it would have on paper, but they weren't able to make him work on the attack side at all. I mean, credit to Exet for making Cryo look good on attack, because 100 Thieves could not figure out how to get him working on attack side. And he wasn't able to play the agents he wanted to play as much. So, yeah. They also lost Sean, and they also lost a lot of the rest of their staff, because 100 Thieves made so many cuts to their their staff. They had to fire so many people. They lost a bunch of support staff. So, which, as far as I'm aware, G2 are probably going to end up supporting the Guard exactly the same. Maybe a little more. I don't know. What do you think about the new Apex roster? I haven't even looked at it, really. The Cracks apologist in chat yesterday was saying that he's a Raze player when he played literally 90% of his Raze games in 2020. Yeah, I mean, Cracks is more of a one trick than his VLR page indicates. All of his games recently have basically just been on KO. But all right, so Safe is going to be on KO. Speaking of KO, so we get Sender moving over to Killjoy, which makes a lot of sense to me. Sender is a Sentinel main, from what I understand, and Kix is going to be playing the primary initiator with Destrian on smokes. So Destrian's playing a lot of smokes for this team, presumably the main smokes player for them, although Sender picks that up occasionally, and Destrian moves over to Viper, like on Breeze. But this makes sense as long as Kix is really good on Sova. And to be honest, I'm not that comfortable with Kix, like, agent pool. I don't know how great he is there. Let's just have a quick glance on VLR. He's never played Sova before. This is his first time ever playing Sova, according to VLR. Which is why I thought Kix would be on KO, because he's got, like, second most played agent is KO. Alright, so we've got Kix Sova, brand new, so that's something to pay attention to. Safe should be able to carry from the KO position. KO has a huge amount of impact on this map. More so, I would say, than the Sentinel. First map is Ascent.
The absolute pinnacle moment of this tournament. I'd like to hear everybody scream for this one. I'd like to hear you make enough noise. Give it up for Vitality and for esports.
And on the other side of things, the roles make sense. Look at this. So Vitality going for a set play out into Gelato. They double walk 2 out through A main, and then they reconned and paranoiaed. Recon tries to push people back. Kix got spotted, but the shock dart's all right. Oh, well, the counter shock dart even better though. Sender gets one. The audio is bonkers right now, by the way. It's not on my end. They break the wall for each other. Cracks doesn't have the spike here. Has to go and grab it. Cracks only has knife. Pretty difficult to get out of this. And the captain's going to try to push. Oh, nice shot by Safe. Nice. Yeah, really well played by Vitality. They managed to get aggressive in A main and clear it out and still be there to flood defend B. So really fast, really proactive from Vitality. Clear out Gelato with a set play. And yeah, they don't have the recon or the paranoia to then retake over towards B. But they're still able to get into the site by supporting their player in backside, flooding in, and just basically playing aggressively, right? They're not cowed by the fact that Kix dies over towards CT. They still manage to get into the site fairly quickly. The audio is really weird. I don't know whether you guys can tell. I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit because not all of the sounds are coming through clearly. Yeah, I think Foot need everybody to pop off to win. I think Foot needs stuff like this to win. Because their attack side calling yesterday on Ascent did not look very good. But they won plenty of rounds. They won 6 rounds on their attack side because they just had, like, Ada Captain killed 4 one round. And they won the bonus by just muscling their way in and killing everybody on the entry towards A. They were winning because they were fragging better yesterday on Ascent. So I think that's also going to be their win condition here. Because I think Vitality have demonstrated better ideas over the course of this tournament. Nice from Safe, being able to hold that. Might have taken an opportunity there to cross over towards the left-hand side so that you could play with Destrian a little. But he's going to double up with Kix instead. This does isolate Destrian just slightly. Because it's possible there that, like, Safe could have been smoked off or something. But, you know, it's an eco round. It's not too bad. Kix is going to walk backwards as well and try and cover towards this angle. Remember that the alarm bot got broken very early on in this round. Did that flash land? It did, yeah. Ada Captain ran away. And there was a paranoia too. This is supposed to be a fake. Safe has read it very early on. Sender, I think, is giving good information over here. So yeah, a lot of the defenders are going to be here ready to fight this. And Sender's just playing over towards stairs. Easy stuff. Easy stuff. Good defensive round. Like, all really classic Ascent defense stuff working well. And that was even with their jet dying in mid and the alarm bot being broken in mid. So Vitality always had to have, you know, some awareness of a mid push, which Kix was covering. Yeah, really nicely done there.
Right here. And now, find themselves some
Safe's hairstyle is what my mom used to do on me. I think Safe looks good with it. Maybe you look good with it.
This is one of the tournaments I think for Foot and Vitality. It's the best moment for them.
Bonus round by Vitality, and they tried to get Destrian into Y. Ooh. They're gonna nade and the paranoia. Okay, Destrian didn't use the paranoia there. I would have liked to see Destrian use the paranoia so that he could get out. Because instead, Safe has died just trying to bail Destrian out of that position. They still have the paranoia though, so maybe that'll end up being impactful later on. They could paranoia recon dart, for example, to try and... Okay, they've just used the recon. Actually, now is a pretty good time to hit the site. Okay, Foot are not going to go for that, but I think that would have been a good opportunity there to try to hit A with those three that you had there and get the other two trying to do some kind of split. Foot are inevitably going to go into A. It's just a question of whether they wait until Kick's recon dart is back. All right, they go 1 for 1 over there. Cracks dies. That's a good shock dart by Kix. We have a defensive paranoia available. And a captain with a big shot onto Sender. Kix is about to have recon dart back online. Here comes the recon. Recon catches onto both players. Oh, and almost offered some kind of opportunity. They did still have Yedderjay in A main though, so it didn't look as it looked more dangerous than it was. But it's a nice try. And I think mostly that's because it was a bit indecisive from Foot on their timing of when they wanted to hit the site. I think as soon as that recon dart gets fired into A main and Kix doesn't have it anymore, just get set up for the A split. Oh my god. That doesn't look good. Destrian caught again. I swear I'm not biased against Destrian, guys. He hasn't done anything to me personally, but I feel like the Destrian mistakes are far more common than anyone else on Vitality. What you'd like to see there is Destrian and Safe playing together to make sure that he can cross properly to Wine. This is going to be difficult for Runner to hold.
Runner alone, he's heard the dash nearby, but he's also got to account for the position in main.
He got tagged. Oh, CNED just trying to swing that wide. It's like all the audio is like weirdly doubled and stuff. I think it's just picking up some of the crowd mic or something. So no real reason for CNED to go for that. So he's given away his life there.
Actually, a close one. With Kix looking at ease up, it's all about timing and able to.
Cracks manages to find Kix though, and Runner just wants to save the AWP. Dude, the audio is throwing me off. I'm gonna lower the audio until they fix it, because that's fucking my head. A spike going off sounds like a techno beat.
I'm interested to figure this one out, right, Kramer, because
there will definitely be some tech pauses.
From the crowd when it came to matches like True Rippers, Global. I'm interested to see which team.
Yeah, on solo smokes, these mistakes are very costly. Yeah. I'm gonna do an experiment. Yeah, definitely difficult for Vitality to win that round when Destrian dies at the very beginning. And the thing is that one way, you can control it. If the attackers try to ego the one way, you should be able to control it, even if you're just solo as Destrian. But especially if Safe is also holding the one way at the same time.
a lot of heavy lifting here with only Sheriffs and Stingers to back it up. They're, again, from both teams.
However, Destrian also played Wine like earlier in the half, so I think they're just trying to condition Foot to always be worried about Wine. Like, for example, when the drone gets broken right there, they've got to be worried about Wine. So they waste the recon. So Vitality's early round forcing Destrian into Wine has managed to gain something in this round, in that Mr. Fallen wasted his recon there. And Runner's peak. Quite nice. This round is going to start to look more and more winnable, but Cracks might be able to pick up this. Oh, they're just going to send it on B, are they? Yeah, they're just trying to send it. They tried to do a fast B hit with this overall, but they got caught by the nanoswarms. So now they're in. It's a little delayed. Spacing looking pretty broken up here. They don't have Ada Captain's smokes. Oh, that flash is nice, but Runner gets another. Safe wants to try to pick up that. Destrian kills CNED. CNED was trying to defend the operator. Oh, and Cracks has killed everybody over towards CT. Safe could win this, but the op is not the ideal weapon. He can get a rifle. Right. Winnable for Safe. But is he going to think about Mr. Fallen's position? I don't think so. I don't think there's any way he thinks about Mr. Fallen's position. Yeah. Okay, so Vitality made that one dangerous with Runner hitting multiple shots with the op. But now what does their economy look like? They're not going to be able to get an operator online. So 5 rifles on the defense side. Looked like Runner was going to be able to do a lot with the op, but the rounds where he had the op kind of got trolled. Mostly by Destrian dying over here. So now they're going to fight A main pretty aggressively, because that's where Foot's been trying to take control of at the start of the round. And Runner swings out really wide. The one way is better if you hold it from that wide position. Oh my god, he looks so sharp, but they've been completely confused by Ada Captain's ult. Ada Captain Omen ulted up here. And it pulled Safe away. And Safe can't figure out how to deal with this, and he ends up going down. So Foot just completely cracked that open by Omen ulting behind them.
Once again, Vitality have to back off, save their weapons, cling to their weapons.
It's a very simple idea, but that ended up working really well.
The fact that we're able to see such a convincing execution off the back of those ults, he commits that no command.
Unfortunately, though, Vitality again kind of overcommitting to A main. If they just got that first kill, and then they backed up, or even if Runner stayed around to try and fight a second but popped his dash to retreat, they'd be in a nice spot. All 3 players. So this is now... There have been 3 rounds where somebody's got caught out by trying to play Wine for Vitality. Even though they had like a really nice piece of aggression at the start of the round to hold their one way, to punish Foot, Runner again just tried to tuck into Wine, which is where Destrian's been playing twice. And it got broken by Ada Captain just ulting to A Heaven, because it isolated Runner. And then Safe was caught in a bad position, pinched between the 2 of them. So Vitality tossing away their good ideas with overcommitment. Dude, CNED swinging into Runner is crazy. The Jet updrafts with knives, and CNED doesn't try to retreat away from it and just wait until the updraft disappears so that they can't do anything. He literally swings out wider. That's wild. He's a Giga Chad. He's a Giga Chad. But now Runner's dead, and that was the main player that was a big threat on Vitality. And Foot are in a great position.
Yeah, it's a complete characteristic 180 from them. Sender this time not even playing on sight. He's going to have to rely on his first bullet accuracy here, but up against the likes of CNED, I mean...
That's an interesting... I think that must have missed, right? I think Safe missed his knife lineup there. I think that knife is supposed to land on top of B. Dude, CNED is popping.
You can see how difficult it is to stay patient, right?
This might be a problem for them too, because they've allowed CNED to get a ton of confidence up early on in this game. And now CNED's just going to be swinging them all the time, which is certainly a lot more difficult to deal with. And Vitality have only really had one rifle round so far. Haven't they? Maybe two.
Hoping potentially to get a few exits, maybe even save a few rifles here. It's only really a bulldog on Destrian that you have to worry about if you're FUT.
For Vitality, I'm already wondering what they can do the next.
Yeah, I suppose they've had two rifle rounds.
Play so far,
Both ruined by somebody trying to play in wine.
I mean, Runner did try to bring up some aggression earlier on. Didn't quite work out. Destrian, you sneaky man. Oh! Good attempt, nice try, but I think the paranoia missed the mark on one of those two players. And that means he will be falling.
FUT actually get out in what could have been a disastrous exit for them there.
Alright, so let's see what Vitality go for this time. You want to try to contest Foot taking a main control, but you can't stick around there too long because they're just getting stuck.
Nice to see you all. With this one, I believe Vitality will be entering a bye.
Oh,
right? So,
are they taking a pause? This feels like a timeout. Alright, tag timeout from Vitality. They need to... This is one of those tag timeouts where you just remind them not to play super committed to A main, and then you come up with a strat for them, I think, to get them back, to get the momentum back. So, I'm not sure exactly what strat you want to go for here, but I don't want to play something super committed. I think just Destrian and... I think something simple, like Runner still playing towards mid, Destrian and Safe playing over to fight the one-way at the beginning of the round and then leaving. Like, fight the one-way at the start. If they take it, that's fine. You can always retake it with the KO nade. And after you fought it a little bit, give it up. But no, instead, they've got Safe over towards B. Yeda J has his ult, so this A main control would end up being incredibly important. Safe, I think, is over towards B so that he has a KO nade or something to break this. I don't even know. Okay, Runner gets the kill onto Yeda J. They don't even use the attacking lockdown. They were just execing into A. The Sova ult kills the other player. Alright, so Foot just decided to go for a super fast A hit. Got caught by the Op and the Sova ult. They could have ulted there. They had A main for free. They could have taken the site for free. Oh my god. CNED and Cracks cooking up a nice play together to try and save it in a player disadvantage. But, yeah, alright. Foot just giving them a bit of an easier situation there. It could have got more difficult if Yeda J had found an opportunity to use his lockdown post-plant. But when Yeda J dies as the player that gets caught by the operator, then you lose a huge post-plant option. Well, maybe the plan was just to play full A retake in some of these rounds. That'll give Vitality a lot of confidence that they can play full A retake. And with how aggressive Foot have been being over towards A, normally I don't like the Jets starting the round up here, but I think that that's quite reasonable in this situation, because Foot have been so aggro towards A main and A execs that Runner should still feel pretty reasonable getting value from this spot. He's not just going to be sat AFK. Here they drone at the beginning of the round, very early, to try to push these players back. Destrian gets tagged, that's going to bait them into Runner. Nicely done. So now the lockdown comes out. They're going to know where Runner is, but they don't have a Sova ult to follow up with it, as they've done previously. Mr. Fallen just takes the risk of walking out, even though the op could still be posted. But they probably heard Jet Dash and realized that he's not going to be holding in the corner. All right. So now the big player is Yedajay, probably. Because Yedajay and Krax are going to try and fight this lockdown. Flash. Dodged. But Sender dies. Any punish? Any punish? No. They don't have the ability to stop this. Everybody's detained. They can just get on the spike. They clear as well. Alright, so Vitality feeling a lot more comfortable when they play a retake. A retake with the op has been the answer here then. So post the op A Heaven, and then grab a pick, play a 5v4 retake. Has been working very nicely coming out of the timeout from Salah. You're 25 seconds behind? Well, I'm literally live, so I don't give a fuck. Yeah, nice. Nice timeout, though. So that's got Vitality straight back into the game. And now Foot are probably going to have to make an adjustment. These A hits are not working, so maybe Foot will try to play something a little more slow, and that'll allow Vitality to fight over A main again, you know, something like that. CNED could have waited for a flash now. I don't think there's really much reason to wait for a flash into A main there. I think he could have waited for a recon or something into the site. That would have been nicer. Oh, they could have gone for a Krax flash over the top rather than through A main, but like flash high for CNED to get in. But when you're trying to do a really fast take of A like that, like the cannon recon dart might have been good. But there aren't really that many flashes that get you posted onto A main nicely. You can throw some, but they require CNED to wait a little bit, and they wanted to do something really quick by the look of it.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Look at the ult management as well. Safe with a null command available. Hunter series of Mr. Valin. And that plays still.
So they do have a slightly different defensive setup here. Runner was opping towards this angle, and now Runner's late going to get posted over towards Cat. So, wow. Yeah, he finds a timing there, which is a little dangerous, and then CNED tries to hunt him down instantly. CNED is running around the map trying to punish Runner wherever he is. Vitality have got Safe's ultimate, which is fantastic for retake. Safe is also playing B with the Odin this round. And he's going to use it early here. This might push them back into Runner's op. Still recon darting from Market. Oh, that's good info. That is, I mean, that is disgusting. That's disgusting. The recon dart doesn't get broken and Safe gets a kill from like CT stairs spamming through into Market.
30 seconds left.
Big pick from Mr. Fallen. That's just nice fragging from him. And that's going to make it difficult for Safe. Destrian Omen ults in. There's 20 seconds, so there's not really enough time for Fud to pivot and try to go A. Safe dies in backside. They know that Destrian's backside as well. This is still going to be difficult. Oh, that was whiffy from Yedajay and from Kicks there. Destrian dies. It's only Mr. Fallen. It's a Sova 1v1, and there's no time. Holy shit. Vitality was so aggro in CT there to relieve pressure on Destrian. They never allowed Foot to just run 4v1 or 3v1. No, it was 3v1, wasn't it? They never allowed Foot to run 3v1 into Destrian in backside, though.
I think for Vitality, they've done a real good job. It's the second time
they just, they tried to challenge them from CT, and then they dashed onto them at CT. They were keeping the pressure up there to try and allow Destrian to survive.
So true.
Not bad.
For both of these teams, the narrative is that they want to do better than us. Right? For successful, you would say overall, but...
Alright, so this looks like they're going to try to go for an A split eventually. But this is also partly Foot's just mid-default, where they have the Sova over towards A main, and then they throw a recon dart into Catwalk. So the Sova drones to take A main control and recons to take Cat control.
vigilant about it. But is he
Mr. Fallen Special. That one. Kicks drones to re-clear mid. Because they're worried about it. And Sender is able to play mid because Runner's got such great B main control.
Especially with Runner being so deep into B main. Bear in mind he's one away from his Blade Storm anyway, so the first pick and he's almost in a quite self-sustainable position here.
Right here.
Kicks needs to save recon for when the sight hit comes through, which is about now. Here comes the recon. Great timing from Kicks. Remember, this is Kicks' first time playing Sova. And Safe manages to drop Spike as well. That allows the players on Heaven to swing out. Kicks again, getting 2. Knocking Cracks as well as picking up Ada Captain. Kicks drops down again and gets another kill. Dude, Kicks looks so fucking good. This guy, hero of Estonia. God damn.
The fact that he was able to find that 3K while staying alive, while putting himself in kind of jeopardizing positions, bearing in mind that he's the one who drops once that KO resurrection was sort of baited there by CNED. So, brave way to play.
I don't think CNED is unintelligent. I think CNED is very, very focused on trying to catch his opponents off guard and punish small timings. And that means that he tries to get more aggressive than other duelists do sometimes. And, like, catch his opponents on the back foot. It's just a really aggro style, but it doesn't mean he's stupid. He's actually identifying good punish timings very frequently. What? 4x3 moment? 4x3 moment? How does Ada Captain not see Sender? What the hell? What the hell?
He knows that was around.
And I think also CNED does calm a lot on this team. Maybe CNED was a bit quieter on some of his other rosters. We saw CNED getting pretty vocal towards the end of the year on Na'Vi. But I've seen CNED be very vocal on foot. His mouth's going like a fucking... He's going like overdrive when some of these rounds are happening. That was a shaky start from Vitality. Those first few rounds where they made the mistakes in A main, overcommitting to the fights there, really punished them because it allowed Foot to get up to 4 or 5 rounds early. But good timeout from Salah, good recovery to shift a lot of their resources over towards B and mid and play retake A, and a great half from Runner and Kicks. Runner with the operator was getting massive value, and Kicks on Sova was also... He wasn't carrying, but considering it's the first time Kicks has ever played Sova, at least according to VLR, that's a fantastic performance from him. He looked really comfortable. So, 7-5 is actually not that great for Vitality, especially considering they won Pistol. It's a good half from Foot by the scoreline. But it was very much a tale of 2 quarters, I suppose you could say, where Foot had the opportunities to win at the beginning, and then once Vitality started playing better defense side Ascent, Foot just looked completely shut out. Alright, so now we see Foot on defense. They've got a pistol round strategy, which I'm not sure what the game plan is over towards A, actually. I don't know why Cracks and Ada Captain and Yedajir are kind of playing on top of each other over towards Heaven. I don't know what they're planning to do. But, I mean, really passive setup over towards A, except for the kill trips, the nanoswarm setup, I mean. Turret takes contact, they realize that these players are pushing through. Nanoswarm popped, slows them down a lot. So Yedajir is going to try and anchor from Dice. No smoke over towards A main. Yedajir's caught. Oh, good shock dart from Mr. Fallen, though, to pick up Sender, who Yedajir did a bit of damage to. And Cracks is able to swing. So that turns the trades the other way around. Kick still has recon.
a frenzy. Actually, one of the
There's still chances to win this for Vitality, but Foot should be able to get in.
Vitality out just
The Recon just stuffs Vitality into a corner. That seems like a good dash from CNED. He's going to be able to set up double faces against them or just tap the spike, yeah. Whoa, CNED could have just stuck there, couldn't he? Oh.
Gets the 2v3.
What's around there from Safe and Kicks? Bear in mind, Safe.
I like the dash from CNED because it allows him to get somewhere where he can then play off his teammates' timings as they drop. But he swung around the opposite side of Jenny. If he swung the other side of Jenny, he would have actually been able to double face with cracks. But or he could have just stuck and made the players in hell forced to do something, which would have given his team the advantage. But instead, they both kind of swung from opposite directions and just gave Vitality what they were after, which was 2 1v1s. And they lost them both. The round looks different, obviously, if Foot win one of those duels. They don't get punished for the mistake that they've made. But definitely better ways of playing that 3v2 retake from Heaven. And Vitality have just gotten away with murder there, I think. Gotten away with murder.
And that's the importance of having a lot of flex players in your team, you know, being able to pull out.
But yeah, definitely that was a mistake from CNED, I think.
Also, you know, being 180 on their decision making, on picking up their new team, focused on flexes rather than duelists.
More patient ways of being able to play that.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It makes complete sense. It gives you that flexibility. And for CNET now, he's going to have to be mighty damn flexible to avoid all of util heading his way.
Body shot onto safe. They're worried though. Paranoia got forced out. Was that a paranoia? I'm not sure actually. Maybe it was just a KO flash. I thought it was paranoia though. Okay. This is a good timing to try to hit back into A as well. You know that the KO is still there, but the knife found no information. Destrian still has paranoia. Kick still has recon. Oh, they used recon for A main maybe. Or maybe I... Oh no, Kicks has just got the recon back online now. I thought he would get it back for the site hit. Oh well, he got it down to stop them denying the plant. This is worrying though. Vitality have to be cautious of door there because it's been almost fully broken. They're going to double swing over towards Heaven just to try to relieve some of the pressure because they were in bad post plant positions. They had 2 Jenny. I like that opportunity to try and play dynamic in the post plant there. The smoke isolates Runner just a little bit. Ada Captain's super weak. Feels almost impossible for him to win this round. If he killed Destrian there, that could have gotten extremely close because both of the final players would have been weak. But the health disadvantage just hurts at the end. That wasn't the easiest round in the world there by any means for Vitality to convert. But it hasn't hurt their economy too badly. The bonus round still looks really good. Dude, bonus rounds don't even fucking exist anymore, really, though. Foot are... Well, actually, Foot are not going to be able to buy because they're on the defense side, but they're still going to be able to put something together in the next round.
And if they're able to grab a win here, that puts them on double digits. And quite a scary score for Foot to face up against, given that this is their own map pick. This is Ascent. This is a map where Turkish...
Wow, the drone is so deep. Mr. Fallen just taking a ton of space, playing like Sassy. Here comes the backstab. Backstab from Sender. Runner finally gets the trade, and Sender couldn't actually get anything done because the Foot players were more aggressive than he was. Ada Captain drops. They should have heard that. Ooh. Runner can't quite get that though. Yeah, so there were 2 plays over towards Switch inside the smoke, and Sender was coming around behind them, but they decided to flash and push through the smoke into A before Sender could even get the backstab off. So very aggressive defense of A there from Foot. Vitality not expecting them to play that fast.
For sure. I love the fact that these teams, you know, always put get watch parties out. I think the Turkish teams have been some of the best from being the most impressive ones.
Oh my god, what the hell? Ada Captain got blinded there. I think that, yeah, that was a team blind. That wasn't safes. It was a team flash from Cracks. I don't know what that set play was, but they just kind of reset with less utility. They were trying to combo Omen Flash, KO Flash to try to just run a solo player out A main. If you're gonna do a play like that, though, it can't just be Ada Captain, right? I feel like you've got to do it with CNED as well. But CNED's just got to judge in B main. He's gonna get cleared out by the drone. He's going to try and take a timing. Does actually a lot of damage to Sender and still escapes. So that's best case scenario there for CNED. Mr. Fallen anchoring A. Cracks is going to have a knife online soon, I think. Yeah, 3 seconds. Here comes the knife. Yeah, that knife is devastating. 3 players found, 25 seconds left. That means that Foot can stack 4 players over towards A. Great Soverall, though. Fantastic from Kicks to open that up with a recon into a Soverall. Oh, CNED killing everybody and escaping. Time. Yeda J, final player. The plant's going to get down. Can Yeda J do anything here? They're going to try and push the turret. Yeda J doesn't quite realize how close they are. He knows they could be pushed. Ooh, good swing by Runner. Dude, I really like the way that Vitality play off each other in moments like that. They seem to have such good team play already for a brand new roster. I like the way that they control those situations. That looked very dangerous, though, for Vitality. If Kicks had not been able to get off a good recon and his Soverall there to flush the player at Dice out into the open, I don't see how Vitality win that. There were 4 players over there towards A. Start of the round, Ada Captain trying to dodge the 0 point, gets suppressed. Goes for one little pre-fire, but doesn't get any damage off. This is all about Foot trying to gamble and see if they can get, you know, some high-risk, high-reward play working. Ada Captain seeing if he can get a pick. Yeda J's walking down mid, seeing if he can get something. Gamble stack on A. So, we'll just sit back and watch if Vitality fall into any of these traps.
I think highlighting this playstyle of this map and how these teams are tested in the mid-round, I think it really gives attention to how good the calls are from Sender and Mr. Fallen, right? Both of them kind of they pretty much had this roster together ages ago and have been doing super long practice since. It looks like it. It definitely looks like they're prepped and practiced. And there's no way that this roster has just come together. By new roster, what I mean is they haven't been playing together for a year already. But yes, I'm sure they've been practicing because they look good and they've got good ideas. So they lost a player getting in. They've lost another player now. So now it's a 3v5 post plant due to Foot pushing around, and Kicks just out in the open there is super dangerous. I don't know why he was just stood out in the middle of mid. Oh god. This is really rough. 2v4 is brutal. And they are whiffing. They are whiffing.
It's not just a 50 round, Pavlos. It is a dominance round. Only one player falling on
wow.
Just completely outmaneuvering Vitality and then anticipating that aggression which Vitality.
You know when you get into those situations where you know you're supposed to lose, and so you just lose all of your confidence and you end up like moving while you're shooting and spraying a lot? Yeah, that's just exactly what happens there. If they took a deep breath and played that one a bit calmer, I think they could have still won. God damn. But Kicks dying mid's a big error in that round. Well, it's more to do with Kicks just being positioned that far in mid.
Turkish fans, they are quite...
You can't do that kind of stuff on an anti-eco. So that's a big swing round. Vitality winning a round there that's almost worth like 3, I suppose. No, well, winning a round that's worth 2, I suppose, on the eco.
4 players to work with here is, even though the buy's not great,
But it'll set up another eco swing round right after this one.
The last time he tried to go for a high duel against CNED, he was plucked out of the sky and...
Yeah, Runner might have another fight against CNED. Runner updraft here could go crazy. Yep. Oh.
There's been a couple of rounds where it's been a bit rough for him. Getting to his own head, perhaps.
I think Runner's played amazingly up until these last couple of rounds, though. And it wasn't Runner's mistake that ended up making them in a bad position for the eco. He just couldn't frag his way out of it. Runner is scared of Charles. Yeah, well... Oh! Well, that'll equalize things a little.
I mean, enough fun, he says.
That was a full 90-degree flick. Not a headshot, but still. Hello, Runner.
Mr. Fallen from a distance, he found damage. Oh no! Monitors is back, and there you have it.
Runner just assuming there that Mr. Fallen would fall off after getting the first kill, but just gets punished. All right, so now this is going to be an eco swing round for Vitality. So this one's really important for Vitality to try to win, to give themselves an economic buffer. Do you think either Foot or Vitality can challenge the Fnatic dominance in EMEA? Not really. But at the same time, I didn't think Liquid could last year, and they somehow won in EMEA. So anyway, let me pay attention to this round. So you got CNED pushing out really aggro here into B main. On the other side of things, they're 1 away from getting the lockdown, and they do already have the KO ult. Here comes the KO ult through market. Runner's suppressed, can't dash. So Runner's not got a dash anymore here. They know where Krax is. Krax gets a spam kill on safe. Kicks kills Ada Captain, who was on the lurk. That would have been a disaster had Ada Captain won that duel, because that was the spike as well. 4v4, and Mr. Fallen is going to peek mid. So now Mr. Fallen is going to be contesting against Sender and Kicks. Mr. Fallen could win this round. Oh, okay. It looked a little whiffy from Mr. Fallen, but he still had the jump on Kicks. Kicks wasn't expecting it, so they go 1 for 1. An ult from Destrian to get into the site. They've already killed the site player of Mr. Fallen, so they're not worried about that. And now it's about playing a good post plan. Lockdown for lockdown can happen. Sender can just pop this one. This is pretty good. Sender has nanoswarms on Spike as well. Sender could try to go for... Oh my god, CNED got detained. That's not on purpose. Nanoswarms used to buy some time on the defuse. Paranoia, CNED sticking it, and killed by Destrian. Decent reflank as well there by... dude, I can never remember his fucking name. By the guy who frags really well, Sender. The problem is CNED's on the other side, so I keep thinking CNED instead of Sender. Yeah, nice reflank by Sender. I think that's a good timing, good awareness to counter lockdown as well and put the nanoswarms on and that kind of stuff. But, yeah, pretty difficult there for Foot to be able to get anything done, especially when CNED gets detained.
Operator wants to get on CNED. Odin on Mr. Farlin.
Yeah, that last round win gave so much breathing space for Vitality, especially economically.
It's the finances that are really the big killer of games like these. CNED on mid. Timing and Sender.
What a kill from Sender.
I think that
aggro though from CNED.
Made the difference about who is going to be winning this match.
Definitely.
CNED not connecting that shot.
Oh, hello, we're there.
In the first map of this best of 5
Paranoia, but no follow-up available just to try and calm them down. Ada Captain's trying to play for A main control, but Ada Captain smokes deep A main and he's just out in the open and Yedajay can't hold it. Really rough decision making there from Ada Captain. I don't think he realizes that that's an angle. Yedajay can't possibly hold him there. There's nothing Yedajay can do to help Ada Captain for those small moments until Ada Captain actually gets into A main. If Ada Captain plays a bit more tucked to the wall, he's safe, but it's also really hard for them to win the round when CNED dies at the very beginning, trying to find something aggressive with his AWP. I think this is where CNED tends to make the most mistakes, is when he has confidence in his own aim and plays some kind of, like, you know, aggressive off-angle spot and gets punished for it. Because he does have this high-risk, high-reward playstyle when he has the AWP on defense. He likes to take risks. And if he gets punished like that, it's going to put his team at a big disadvantage.
But it does wonders for your confidence, Pavlos, which is really, especially with a young team like that of Vitality, that's really where it takes its impact.
Yeah, when do you count the season to begin statical? Some players have already been dropped. Like when the first match gets played, middle of February. Turkish team losing on Ascent. Yeah. BBL are really the team that was a lot better on Ascent than anywhere else. But I suppose Foot were not bad at it. I don't think I've ever considered Ascent to be an amazing map for Foot, though. They have an unusual approach to the map. It can definitely catch teams off guard. Alright, 4 rounds in a row, though, that Foot need to find. They're on the defense side, but they're finding it pretty difficult to stop Vitality. I don't know if Foot have some kind of mid-crunch setup that they can use. I don't think I've ever seen them go for something like that. Could be a nice thing to throw in here. But for Vitality, they're just all grouped up in A. They just want to end this. They have Sovereign to work with. CNED's upping mid again. This early knife indicates that Vitality are trying to take A main control, so CNED's instantly rotated over. Mid is now very open. Oh my god. Alright, so now they know where the operator is. So now Sender's walking down mid. You see how useful that Sova ult is, actually? It's given Sender all the information to know that he can just walk down mid. But look at this aggression. Oh my god. Have they not heard them? Krax is tucked in this corner as well. Holy shit, they just have no idea. What is going on? Oh my god. 3v3. They didn't realize that Sender was deep down there. They didn't realize that Krax was deep in the other direction as well. Holy shit, neither team having good information about where the others are. Sender gets caught. Sender did get a kill earlier on, so Foot knew that he was there at that point. I mean, Runner killing Ada Captain here is basically the only way that Vitality can win the round. Runner actually has knives here. He might be able to pop the knives and updraft from B main to win this round. I don't think I've ever seen somebody win a round like that.
The question is, where's Destrian? Is he also pushed up? Is he waiting on site?
Watch this. Runner can pop knives here, and as soon as Destrian takes contact, yeah, like now. Okay, here comes the updraft. Updraft. Mr. Fallen was holding for it. Mr. Fallen was holding for the updraft and killed Runner. God damn. Oh, holy fuck. Show me the replay, man. That's so funny. God damn. I thought that seemed like a really good plan from Runner, to be honest. If he updrafts there and he's able to grab a kill, that's going to make it easier for his player on site, and it's also going to allow Runner to then just run out and try and contest the final player that's there. I thought that was an alright decision. I mean, there are plenty of other ways that Runner could have fought that, but I thought that that was an alright idea.
Quite the stark difference with Runner, and it could be the difference maker in this one.
Something else to mention as well is with no ultimates
Alright,
available, this
so
is going to be a very rifle
4 opportunities down to 3.
and for FUT, especially on the
CNED looking to try and... I mean, look, CNED's... He wants to get aggressive through this smoke again.
trying to garner
CNED is upping inside the smoke. Destrian punishes Ada Captain, who's just peeking into A main. Mr. Fallen is just going to take a timing and walk this out. These are the kind of decisions here from Mr. Fallen that either lose you the game completely because you just walk in and you get punished by Destrian as well, or you regain so much of the disadvantage that your team has by being in a 4v5. Mr. Fallen knows that there's no pressure over towards A. CNED's still worried that it could be mid to A, but it's going to allow these 2 players to stack. Okay, what is going on here? I don't know what the call is from Vitality. The spike is going back over to A. They're going to try to fake like this is an A hit, and they're still going to go back over to A. Mr. Fallen could get caught, or he could win the round again. This is fucking crazy. Why is Mr. Fallen always in these situations where he's tucked in a corner? Oh my god, he's on the minimap! Jesus Christ! It's Jason Bourne! Cracks shaky aim. The only 2 players left alive, though, from Vitality are the 2 players that tried to fake over towards B. And they both get caught by Yedojay. Vitality overcooking that one, perhaps? They didn't have information over towards A main, but Mr. Fallen kind of... I'm not going to say Mr. Fallen won the round for them there by getting A main control, but going 1 for 1 and buying enough time for other people to flood into A to properly defend that is pretty fucking huge. I think that's a pretty enormous decision by Mr. Fallen. And it's a real gamble because, like I said, if Destrian just stayed around there and they carried on holding that default and Mr. Fallen dies, it feels like one of those rounds we see all the time where one person dies and then the team in the 4v5 feels incentivized to make a play, so another person dies and it just snowballs into an immediate round loss. But if you find the right read on your opponent and they happen to be leaving after the pick, then you end up having a really nice compensation for the player loss. Wow, Destrian, without even smoking market, goes for the TP up there. Holy shit. So this was an eco round by Vitality, remember. Destrian might be able to make something happen, though, over from market. If Destrian can kill Ada Captain, they might be able to pivot. Destrian hasn't found anything, so he's just giving up. Weird from Mr. Fallen there. And Destrian can't get the kill with the stinger. Alright. So, 1 final round to see whether we get into OT or not.
1 round of difference between the 2.
FUT, they made a comeback to overtime to win in overtime against Gen G. Will they do it now against Vitality? 1 round is
1 round left. They've won 3 in a row. 4 chances down to 1.
Outside of B suggests a full execute, a full blown, full fleshed out assault. But FUT do such a good job at delaying with that killjoy utility.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a half by round. It's not a full eco.
I'll be happy with that one, for sure. It was, I believe, 12 to 8 was the score?
Yeah.
So, 3 consecutive rounds of put foot.
How is the one... Dude, what is wrong with Sliggy?
Here's that timeout from Vitality. Makes you wonder, Pavlos, doesn't it? What on earth goes in the mind of Salah?
You've got to give
bizarre
to Mr. Fallen here. I feel the reactions from...
Is Yedojay an upgrade of Homage? Yeah, I think so.
Kind of figure out where they want to go. And every single time it felt like for the past few rounds.
He's British. I have been afflicted with being British since I was born. And I can tell you, it's not been a good time.
Or they're just going to commit to something and not give them enough time to react.
It's a real disease.
I feel like for Mr. Fallen here, he's...
My hot take was Donowald. Yeah, that'll happen. Do you want to paste it again? Let me focus on the final round, though, first. Right, so final round of the half. Mr. Fallen has Sover ult. Sender has Lockdown. So those are, you know, opposing ults, if you want to put it like this. What is this play in mid?
get that from the shadows out. But past that, there's nothing to work with.
Holding for CNED to walk down and contest tiles. Holding top mid. Here comes the CNED operator. CNED pushed away. Drone from top mid there. Really good from kicks. I don't know how they quite realized that that was happening, but it was a great read from Vitality. I don't know how they got the read on that. Recon used on the other side and the drone, so neither Sova having that. CNED really active around the map, but he's down to 17 health. He's just taking chip damage. So there was a chance that CNED could have got a pick in mid. Vitality dealt with it. Chance that CNED could have got a pick over towards A main, and they dealt with it. So far, so good from Vitality, avoiding these potential player losses. And they've taken some mid control. They go for the B ult. That should force out the Sova ult from Mr. Fallen. But are they ready to try to punish? Oh, CNED's watching for it. They get into B, but with a player disadvantage. Yeta J got detained! They both got detained! Wait, what? Whoa. How did the Sova ult not break the lockdown? I just assumed the Sova ult was going to break the lockdown. My brain didn't even pay attention to it because I saw Sova ult being used. What? 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 Okay. 1, 2. What? Does he not? What? Did he not fire the third pulse for some reason? Oh my god, wait, really? Did he get suppressed? Holy shit, he did. God damn, I missed that completely. What an insane play by Safe. Haha! Holy shit! What an insane play by Safe. I missed that completely, chat, until you guys said it. Oh my god. The Safe KO goated with the sauce. Where does he even send that from? He's literally in market. Dude, he got killed and his final action, his death blow, was to throw the fucking knife over towards the Sova. He literally died for their sins. They call Safe Jesus. Oh my god. What a goated play. What a fucking goated play to win. I did not understand what had happened there until we watched it in the replay. God damn, what a play. Here's my hot take. NRG is full of too many intelligent players who also secondary commed on championship rosters. People doubt them with no proven IGL, but mark my words, they will be great. Top 2 Americas for at least a solid portion of the year. Who's on NRG? Who's on NRG? I mean, if the NRG roster is who people are speculating it to be, which is Victor, Crashies, Ethan, hello, Brain, hello, Demon 1 and Marved. If that is the roster, then yeah, your take makes sense, I think. But it's going to require one of the players to step up and actually be the quote-unquote IGL, I think. Even if they don't do all the calling, even if they don't do most of the calling, someone needs to take responsibility, I think. I assume it'll be Crashies.
is certainly having a field day today.
Yeah, most certainly. Again, this guy is, of course, the spearhead for Vitality. He's making sure that he finds the openings, the spaces that's required for his team to run in. And I'm pretty sure that even though he was...
Dude, it won't be Marved.
There were clutch moments from both kicks.
I mean, maybe Marved will call himself the IGL, actually, but yeah. Like I said, maybe Marved will step up and take responsibility, but then it'll be someone else that does most of the calling, I think. I don't think Marved is a true IGL, but I think Marved is confident enough to take the pressure off his teammates by calling himself the IGL, which is basically what he did on Sentinels. Marved have IGL'd a little in Sentinels. Yeah, little being the important word there. I think if Crashies doesn't do it, no one else is really going to do it. But we'll see. Maybe someone will have a big career shift. Bum 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 bum. Do you think VCT America switching to midweek to accommodate for LCS going back to weekends will impact viewership? Is that happening? I didn't even see. Do you have a source? Why does everyone forget that Marv IGL'd on that weird-ass phase roster back in late 2020, early 2021? Because that phase roster played like poo-poo doo-doo. Where is the source for that information? I was hoping you would leak it, to be honest. I literally don't even know that. I couldn't leak it anyway because I don't know whether or not it's true. Kex, thank you for the 100 bits.
Apex can make Ascension with the new roster? Considering other EMEA Tier 2 teams look really good too. Fireflux, Focus, etc.
I haven't really been paying attention to the EMEA Tier 2 rosters, but someone asked me this earlier as well, so let's have a look.
OW.
A petty sum, thank you for the 9 months. Spelling out the name of the emo for some reason. Who have they got? Avova, Soulcast, Hype, Molsey. I don't know this guy, K-Jack. Okay. I don't think I've ever watched Zero Tenacity play. I don't know how good they're... I assume he's going to be playing primary duelist for them. I don't know how good Kajak is. I've seen the other players play. This looks like an okay roster. I think Molsey's pretty good. Avova's alright. Soulcast should be... I think Soulcast might end up farming Tier 2 a little bit, actually. If he can get his confidence up by dominating Tier 2, if he can... Dude, if Soulcast can fix his confidence issues by pounding Tier 2, he might look extremely good. And, yeah, I watched Hype a long time ago. What team was he on? Yeah, London United. And Alliance, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know whether this team is going to be good. I don't know what the other rosters look like. Who's Fireflux got? They were doing well last year. Oh, Kiwi, Turco. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not the expert on the Turkish scene by any means. The other, like, EMEA coaches, you know, like Mini, for example, in particular, is certainly the Turkish expert in the English scene. But this looks like a nasty roster to me. I don't know, though. Don't know. I don't have enough knowledge about the Tier 2 scene, particularly in any region, to be honest with you. But, yeah. My coverage of Tier 2 starts once I know which players are going into Tier 1. What is this? All right, here's the source. The 2024 LCS Spring Split begins on Saturday. So they said, right, so... Oh, yeah, back on weekends. Back on weekends. Yeah, I don't think it will be possible for them to run both events on weekends. That doesn't seem possible to me. I mean, yeah, I don't see how they would do that. Maybe there's... Like, last year, we were using the same studio, as far as I'm aware. So, unless they have a second place, I think this would imply that Valorant is getting moved off weekends. But I'm just speculating. I don't really know. It might be that there's some, like, you know, missing piece of information here where there's a way that they can run both out of the same area. I really don't know. I remember Travis Gafford saying there was no crossover between audiences. Well, actually, there was a 9% crossover between audiences. That's what they said in a Riot interview one time. Last year, LCS and VCT didn't overlap much, by the way. What, in terms of the weeks that they were running? That seems almost impossible. Doesn't it? I mean, they both run for quite a similar period of the year. NAVCT starts on the 15th of February, no? Didn't they say the 16th? Oh, yeah, true. They announced the fucking start dates in that article that Leo said. Leo, end of year letter Valorant. End of year letter to the community. Oh, fucking hell. Dude, this link doesn't work. When you click on this link, it just disappears. It's on... Oh, God damn it. It's somewhere else. All right. I'm going to go to Leo's Twitter and then scroll down to the end of the Twitter chain. And I think he linked it here. Now, why this link works but the one on Google doesn't, I don't know. But he said, like, Feb... Here we go. Yeah, starting on February 16th. So what is February 16th? You have to change region. What? The 16th is a Friday? Well, fuck me then. I guess they are doing it on weekends. So they're doing... How are they going to do that? Okay, I don't know, but that is going to be interesting. How does the League of Legends schedule work? LCS is moving to Gary, Indiana. Review the global esports VODs from yesterday? No, I don't think I will. I'll review global esports VODs when they play with their full five. I think it would be unfair of me to take global esports seriously when they're not playing with their full five, even if they're doing quite well. It's better to just ignore the games that they play without Benkai and then focus on when they actually play with Benkai. I think it's more fair to the team. Hello, Burly Cop from the live arena. Different times? I don't think so, though. Didn't this one say 12 p.m. Pacific? Isn't that when we were starting our games for Valorant? Wasn't that at 12 p.m. Pacific? Maybe it wasn't. What time did we begin? I thought it was that time, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were starting at like 12 p.m. last year, weren't we? I guess we could have a look on VLR. Look at like Loud versus EG or something during the regular season. Loud, EG, regular season, 12 a.m. British time. I mean, that isn't going to tell me fucking diddly dick, is it? Yeah, 8 p.m. That's midday. Yeah. So, no, they're happening at the same times as last year. Maybe the schedules don't... Like, maybe... is the spring split over by the time Valorant begins? That can't be right, can it? I don't know how the League of Legends calendar works. Does anyone who follows League of Legends know whether the spring split could end before Valorant kicks off? LCS and VCT didn't overlap last year. Basically, yes. Really? How is that possible that they didn't overlap? I don't understand. It feels like VCT is going on all the time. And it feels, surely League goes on all the time as well, doesn't it? The spring split ends in March, so they will overlap during February.
It's going to be an awesome endeavor. You're absolutely right, Pavlos. It happens to the best of us, man. But let's see how FUT are going to recover.
Yeah, I know that February 16th is the Madrid qualifier tournament, but that's still being played out of the same area.
That's obviously got to be quite tilting, but yeah, let's be honest, they've come back from being a map down before.
You literally were at the venue when LCS matches were on?
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, true.
We can have hope on Sunset. I think it's not all done.
I mean, obviously they didn't overlap last year because they were running LCS during the weekdays. They must have some way of being able to run both from the same place at the same time, I guess.
You know, must have been a must pick really in the situation, which is why they kind of have the composition that they do. Interestingly enough,
Right, so we're seeing them play on Sunset here.
Seemed really strong against all teams they played against so far.
Foot, last time I watched them, were playing Breach on this map. Now they're playing Sova. They were playing Breach Sage last time I watched Foot play Sunset. So now they're playing Sova KO. Sova KO.
Yeah, 100%. And I think
This doesn't look very good over towards A.
it could have been a really easy affair.
Like, this doesn't look like a very good composition of being able to
Still good signs that they can read their opponents, even if they're
take A control on defense. And it also looks like quite a slow composition on their attack side too. And a comp that doesn't seem that great for Execs. It doesn't look that amazing. I don't think this looks very good as a comp for Sunset. I think the Breach Sage looked better for Sunset, but okay, well, you know, that's just having thought about it for about 5 seconds. We'll see what Foot end up getting done with it. Foot's ideas were quite nice on this map with their old composition. Anti-Cypher? Yes. On the attack side, it's pretty good for breaking shocks and for turning off the Cypher, sure. It definitely does that. So maybe they're just planning to hammer into the Cypher over and over again. It's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Safe.
Want to make sure they can get a 2-0 quickly into Foot. Every time they played against them so far.
So they're playing very passive over towards the A side. Playing a recon dart back here for info. So this is my concern. These two initiators just seem so passive on A. See Ned gonna go for a peek. Oh, Foot almost caught the timing. They don't see anything in mid just as Vitality leave. Alright, so Vitality heading over towards A. So contacting.
Oh yeah, I feel like Vitality are in big trouble moving into the same
Wow,
site, but
that knife timing could not be more perfect for Cracks. Found 4 of them over towards A. Kicks needs his flashback. They have Paranoia, Flash, Nade, Boombot. There's the smoke. Mr. Fallen dies as well. Paranoia completely catches onto Cracks. Even with 4 players suppressed, everybody got caught by the utility because they lost so much map control. I mean, they're just turtling on site and they're giving the attackers all of this area of the map. All of this for the attackers is so much space.
brilliant from Foot to come out here, and Cena's already started that effort. Unfortunately for him, Ada Captain doesn't have the same luck. And Cena against the world, really.
Double controller on this map is troll, in my opinion. I don't think so. I think that it's not a bad composition. It might not end up being the best composition. It may end up being that as more and more teams play more and more Sunset, playing double initiator with like Breach Fade or, you know, something similar to that ends up being the best. I could definitely see that being true, especially in the Cypher meta. But I think there's definitely some good things that you get from the double controller. You can make it very difficult for the defenders to hold on to this area of the map, which makes it very difficult for the defenders to hold on to this area of the map. You give yourself a lot of ability to, like, basically, if you don't put pressure on A early, the defenders can just 4-stack it B a ton, and that's horrible. And so double controller seems like a good way of continuing to put pressure A. Obviously in this round, because it's an eco, Mr. Fallen just decides to gamble, and so he disrespects the Viper utility. Alright, nice.
Runner picks it up fairly clean again. 2 rounds, 2 casualties in both. So there you have it. Vitality 2-0. 2-0.
I think Viper can be very good on the defense side, actually, on this map. I think that the Viper setups over towards A are pretty damn strong. The snakebite and pushing through Viper utility is never anything to sniff at.
Split a map which every team in this tournament has been very comfortable floating for a third, but we've never seen it.
What do I think of the Na'Vi comp on Sunset? I can't remember it. I did watch it, but I can't remember. Oh, it was the no duelist comp, wasn't it? It looked like it had some ideas, but almost impossible to assess because they were just playing against such weak teams that, or like such nerfed teams with, yeah, that you couldn't really get a good idea of it. All right, so Vitality are going to try and send it in. Runner almost beefing his movement there, but he does catch Yedajay. So he goes 1 for 1. They're trying to entry really heavily off the back of the nade there and the paranoia. Destrian also dies in mid. Dude, Destrian getting caught in mid. Destrian getting caught on the lurks. Destrian getting caught out. Ah, please, Destrian.
Because FUT, they've just gone quiet. They want Vitality to try and take a fight with them, but they are not being obliged. Kicks has to go aggressive. Spots out the first.
Oh my god, what is that? Kicks, though, not expecting a second player. Safe could still win this. Oh god, he could still win this. Oh, Ada Captain made a footstep as well. Oh, Safe is too fucking good. He's too good. He's too good.
Look at the face of Safe there. He is delighted.
What's the best Sunset comp you've seen a team play? I originally really liked the double smoke comps, and then the more that people started playing Cypher, the more I'm leaning towards the Breach Fade comp. I still don't think it's amazing because I think it's a little difficult to play on the defense side, but I think that I think Sentinel's comp is it's very good. I'm not going to say it's like perfect meta comp, looks amazing, but it's very good. It just, I think, mostly comes down to coming up with enough good ideas on the defense side. Good trade from Destrian. Krax is going to try to get a little pop flash out. I think Sova's better than Fade once teams start learning lineups. Well, maybe, but I think the Prowlers give you massive amounts of what's the word? Like safety on this map, where the drone wouldn't. There's only one drone. It's kind of slow compared to the Prowler. Nice idea by Yedajay. I think the Prowlers are so good for being able to get aggressive into A at the start of the round. They're good for getting out onto B. They're good for getting through market. They're good for getting... They're just so versatile in a way that the Sova drone is not.
fights. I feel like we need to see something a little bit more aggressive, some map control stuff.
But I could see Sova being played. I'm not trying to disagree with you completely, because I do see a world where Sova gets played, but I think it's more to do with trips. I think if it's easier to deal with the trips with the Sova shocks, that might push people to playing Breach Sova instead. Alright, Mr. Falling caught. The Paranoia pushes them back. Safe manages to get a kill on the other side, but Yedajay catches him. So Safe was trying to make a play there. Oh, runner. Oh, gets both of them after Ada Captain TPs. See, so going back to my analysis at the very start about Foot's composition, it's just too passive over towards A. That was my big problem with running the KO and the Sova, is that on the defense side, both of those agents suck at controlling A. So how are you going to defend A? Unless they have Yedajay here and maybe run it with like Yedajay Ada Captain or something like that, or like have Yedajay hard anchor and then Ada Captain and CNED float between A and mid. I don't think you can play a standard defense of A with this comp. I think you have to turtle it with your Cypher. The Breach stun down here and the Breach flashes that go through walls are super good at being able to try to put pressure on attackers when they try to go in that area. And that's the same with a Sage, for example, because they were previously running a Breach Sage comp. That's why I bring that up. But, I mean, if you look at the way that other compositions play it, if you have a chamber that can fight A aggressively, that's really useful. This composition can't really do that. They don't have anyone that can fight A aggressively other than maybe Ada Captain. You know, even when Cena gets the op online, he's not really going to want to play A super aggro. Yeah, it's tough to come up with ideas of how they're going to be able to fight A aggro. Can Chamber and Cypher work on this map?
What do they do differently? It feels like Vitality has switched up the pace a couple of times. We're also successful. Few variations catching the
Well, you probably wouldn't play a duelist. So your comp would end up looking a bit like Na'Vi's comp. And you'd have to play very slowly on the attack side. You might be able to make it work, but I think the comp would end up being too slow. Probably. But I could see some team trying it. There are some advantages to the comp to make up for its problems. Wow, Vitality just spamming over towards that corner at the beginning. Ada Captain playing on a spot that's not really that nice to hold mid, but it's quite nice if they exec B. Throws the one way. Now, Mr. Falling can fall off mid because they have this cam here to watch mid. And they've swapped the Cypher over to A. So like I said, I think you need the Cypher defending A here. Vitality, at the moment, don't realize that the Cypher's moved away from B, I think. Because nothing about spotting the Omen in market gives that away.
Slowly inching their way towards the safe side. It seems like the call from Foot now, in comparison with the rounds before, is that
they know that B main is empty, so Foot are going to start stacking over towards A. So they're getting an early rotate off the back of this knife that was used. So this is going to be a fast retake, especially with Fallen's ult. It's going to deny the plant. Oh, tagging two players. Close, close. But now there's a lot of damage, a lot of players ready here. No post-plant utility available for Vitality. This looks like a good opportunity for Foot to get their first round. The recon dart didn't actually find anybody there, and Sender's reposition could be huge. The time, CNED just gets the kill. Kicks gets two. Sender! He cancelled! Sender cancelled the Omen ult! Holy shit!
The leader of the team.
Sender cancelled the Omen ult to kill 3 of them.
Keeping vitality.
Oh, holy fuck.
Leading from the front, Pavlos.
Yo, he popped off. Bro, I'm going to show you that on the replay. That is nasty, man. That is nasty. Look at Sender. Sender's in this corner. He was playing here, and then he TP'd on the high ground. He didn't get caught by the Sova dart. And then you see him here. He drops down to the low ground. So Sender's just dropped down from high ground to the low ground. And he just decides to ult. And he's gone. Just as Adder Captain swings to find him. Just as Adder Captain swings, he's gone.
Finding the opportunity for Foot to move in.
And then he cancels it and fucking kills 3 of them. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Sorry, okay. Let's just carry on watching live. Shinobi did it better? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Shinobi did it well. Sender did it better. God damn. That's so fucking good.
This round, I mean... Oh, wait. They don't check the SSJ. Guys, check your corners. Oh, no! Oh,
Well, that could have been very bad for Vitality, and they got away with that.
You'll be seeing nightmares of that one. At least Cracks can do what his teammate couldn't.
Safe, by the way, all the way over in B main. He might get caught by Mr. Fallen, too.
Accelerate onto the safe side. You've already got the flank coming of safe as well to almost guarantee the rounds.
Mr. Fallen's going to get stuck by... Oh, now Safe knows.
I was going to say there was a flank in the making that could have catch them off guard maybe, but Tripwire revealing him. They definitely know he's only got a sheriff, so they're happy taking these fights.
God, this is messy from Vitality, though. I'd like to see Kix actually use a Sky ult and fight this properly. What are they doing, man? That was horrible decision-making from Kix and Sender. This is not a good round from Vitality, but they're getting away with it.
Foot are given a slither of hope just to be taken right back up.
Yeah, that's... Okay. When you're in that kind of situation, just throw a flash and run at the guy so that you can focus properly on the rest of the retakers. God damn. Okay, anyway. That should have been a bad round for Vitality.
Look, there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams. I mean,
Vitality, by the way, still haven't lost a map in this tournament.
at the end of the day, you want to make sure that your rosters are performing.
Love the Lethal Company stream. Yeah, this co-streaming this tournament killed the Lethal Company ideas. Because the rest of the Americans can only do it late at night.
So far, this roster is taking some time to get
So Runner gets killed at the start of the round. This is a big difference. But now the push through mid. Cracks could get caught here. No, Cracks actually gets it. Oh my god, what is that timing?
They missed each other. And that means
Dude, what the fuck? Cracks killed all 3 of the players trying to walk on him at top mid. And then we saw a crazy timing play over towards A. So that's the first round that Foot get online, and that is a bizarre way to get the round. Runner dies at the beginning, which is a great advantage.
yeah, it's not a very repeatable circumstance.
They're swapping the Cypher back over to B. So Trip here. 3 players over towards A. I mean, A just looks weak again, in my opinion. Where does this flash pop? Runner dies again early.
Already taken down. Captain, this is a great opening.
It is indeed. I think Vitality are actually going to find an opening towards mid here.
Mr. Fallen gets caught re-pushing. I don't mind Mr. Fallen re-pushing if they've lost a player there, but I don't think it makes sense when they've killed a player. CNED misses the showstopper somehow. And Vitality have caused chaos by pushing up mid. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? They've pushed up here. They've got fucking teleports all over into elbow. What on earth? These rounds looked nice at the beginning of this map. And now they're... Vitality are probably overcooking just a bit. I think that's the biggest issue. As soon as Sender pulled off that insane Omen ult, they're like, okay, guys, we can cook. Yeah, good Viper ult, yeah.
The momentum right back.
Absolutely perfect as Vitality. They strike back. They show that for FUT that round. That was not the start of something.
The only problem with the Viper ult is that they don't control any of the angles outside of the site. But yeah, it gives you a lot of room on site to play by the look of that. That's a weird round though. That is a weird round. My brain was still trying to process what we saw at the beginning in the middle. So Runner's been dying at the start of these rounds quite a lot. Yedaje with an aggressive trip that's going to get broken by safe. These guys are trying to push out A with a paranoia and a recon. CNED kills safe, but now CNED has to be worried about market. Oh, that's seems like a good paranoia. Cracks though kills Sender. This is really, it's really individual now from Vitality. They're just trying to find timings on the foot players. Look, they're trying to find timings all over the map. Safe was trying to find a timing in B main. They tried to find a timing in market. They're trying to find a timing over here on the lurk. I think Vitality just need to get back to playing with each other a bit more. They're trying to find the holes in what Foot are doing, but they already found the holes. The holes were over towards A. They couldn't really defend your A hits. Don't know. It kind of feels like Vitality have lost what was working in their minds. Maybe because they were winning so much, they felt like everything was working. But there's a couple of players here that aren't going to be able to buy next round. So I'd like to see Vitality have a bit more of a sensible plan out of the strat book.
For Vitality, that mid position has been disregarded a fair bit.
And I mean, the casualties they've been taking the past couple of rounds has also put them at a rough point economically, right? Okay, yeah, you've been able to win 8 rounds already. That's already a solid half, right? 8-4 on attack, not too bad, right? But given that for
taking some mid control and ending. Oh right, they're gonna go for attack timeout or something. Whose is this?
And if Vitality were to do that, they need to make sure that this round goes away, because next time their buy is looking rough.
Cracks is just the only person running around.
Take this map. Now we go to Lotus. FUT's map pick. Do you think that FUT are going to have sort of the confidence?
What is going on here? Okay, tech pause. All right, nice. Good to see that. Good to see that. Attack-sided map, right? Get forum when you're attack side. It depends what comps teams are playing, I think. I think with these teams, yeah, it's going to end up being pretty attack-sided. Because also Safe should find it a little difficult on the defense side to get value out of the Cypher when he's playing into a KO and a Sova. I think generally speaking, this is an attack-sided map, yeah. Zenzi, thank you for the 4 months.
This is a grand final of Convergence. Sliggy gang, shout out. Are you a Sliggy enjoyer?
The Slug Club.
Who isn't a Sliggy enjoyer, Pablos?
True that, true that. Alright, shout out to all the watch partiers out there as well.
Isn't it easier to just play a full retake on A? I actually don't think it's very simple to play a retake on this map. Because if you give up the entirety of the site, there's some really nasty post-plant positions that you have to clear out. And one recon dart is not going to be enough to clear that. For example, I mean, if we... There's a tech pause here, so I'm going to go back and just use the minimap for a second. But for example, you're playing full retake with this composition, right? And somebody gets into a post-plant spot here, somebody's up here, someone's here, and they've got like, you know, one here and one here, something like that. Let's say they're playing a post-plant that's something like this. Maybe they don't have 2 in this corner, maybe they only have 1 in this corner, and there's another player over here or another player over here. But, you know, basically they've got something like that. They've always got a trip behind them as well, so they know that there's no flank coming, and let's assume you're not trying to flank retake. We were just saying that the retake's coming from this direction and this direction. I think that it's a little difficult to be able to get a good recon dart in here that doesn't immediately get broken by this player. And it's quite difficult. I mean, maybe you can like KO nade this corner to put a lot of pressure on this guy, but Yeah, I don't know. I think you could potentially cook up some kind of retake that had like paranoia going in this direction, a nade that landed in this back corner. You smoke this off, and you try and flood most of your players in like this. But I think it's quite difficult. I think Vitality are going to be throwing utility at you as well to keep you out and to keep their player in this corner alive. I think they can also set up swings onto you. I don't think retaking is that simple on this map. All right, we're back into the round. So Vitality looked like they wanted to take some A control. Fallen tries to take the spike, and Destrian just swings. CNED does punish Destrian, though. So now they know that the operator's over towards A. CNED should find it a little difficult to get out, but he's used his Boombot to set up aggressively. Safe, in the meantime, has killed Yedajay. Oh, fuck. My bad. Here. Because I trolled you, I'll play the round from the beginning again for you. And then I'll skip the after round. Yeah, Destrian, anyway, he just swung onto him. What's Yedajay up to over towards B main? Yedajay is just walking into B main and dies to safe. So Foot are trying to play aggressive on both extremities depending on where the pressure is. And Vitality catches that. CNED's killed the only 2 dead players on Vitality right now. Ooh. CNED being able to escape there is pretty huge. But now he's a bit stuck, isn't he? Yeah, runner. Good awareness there. Oh, Cracks! What a maniac. What a fucking demon Cracks is.
Vitality did a good job controlling the map, but Foot say, time for us to have a piece of that pie. Vitality now move into the left-hand side, and like I said earlier on, B main will be tested out a lot. It'll be just that CNED.
Good from Yedajay breaking that cam so that CNED can survive. CNED is finding so much value on the raise up here. I did not think he was going to be able to do this.
Economically upon this next loss. Oh, it's the last round of the half. Doesn't really matter, does it?
So runners died, I think, 3 times really early on in these rounds. But that round, it's just a nice play by CNED and Yedajay. Yedajay breaks Safe's cam so that CNED isn't expected. And Yedajay has been playing aggressive over towards B, so it doesn't feel like a trap. A looks weak again. Yo, what's up, Nate the Gratian? Thanks for the 35 months. Vitality's look like the better team. Foot have had some big moments, but there's been some messy stuff as well. Nice overall onto Destrian, but now Cracks is... Oh! They just don't even clear that corner, and Cracks finds some kind of timing shot on Cinder. Cracks is cheating. Cracks is cheating.
Cracks has come alive, Pavlos, and he is looking
that's rough from Kicks. Just throwing away his life, trying to pick up a rifle. Oi, oi, oi.
Going 15 and 8, actually top fragging the server, Pavlos. So we go into our second half, though. It feels like
Cracks won them 3 out of 4 of the rounds. Did he? What was the third round? I mean, CNED's play at the start of this round was also really good. And CNED set up the previous round that Cracks did incredibly on as well. What was the first round that Cracks won? Oh, killing 3 in top mid. Yeah. I forgot about that round. Yeah, that was a huge one from Cracks too. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are right. Cracks really is cracked. He's a ridiculous aimer. His mechanical skill is super high, which is how his team is able to get away with with playing with him when he's just been perma KO all year. Yeah, did you guys see the snooze there? Official Riot event, but Safe is still using snooze. They should be disqualified for using such horrendous performance-enhancing drugs.
Our second half. FUT on their attack, Vitality on the defense. Will we see Vitality?
It's tragic, the doping scandals in Valorant.
They come back and level the playing field on map counts.
You know what,
It's almost like we're traditional sports.
but it seems that so far they've been able to trade play control, but that's jumping into
The Olympics have the Russian doping scandal. We have the Scandinavian snoozing scandal.
the way they know how to play. Bring us some real Turkish Valorant.
It looks like FUT setting up for this pistol round. They're going to go for your standard B hit.
Get it in your snoozy. Okay, that did not break the trip. You need to actually hit where it attaches to the wall, Mr. Falling.
Bye-bye. And now Zestrian to the back of the site. Struggling, but ends up picking it up, so it's still a straight.
The snoozy. That's the hole it makes in your gums, your snoozy.
Nice little underhand flash. Runner's in trouble, but no! Is able to skate away. Zenith couldn't quite pick it up, and now he's dealing with 3 up against them.
But the flank Pavlos is still coming. FUT, they've just got to buy time here.
At least the captain is making his way towards this A site, trying to get that plant down. Zenith, can you find any kills? All 3 players against you are low, but Vitali aren't taking fire.
Oh, that's so sad for Zenith. That's so sad. Market door's closed and he's blinded and just getting run down by 3 players. He's going to have nightmares about that.
Per player on that Vitali side.
A lot of weak people, though, on Vitality.
They get the hell out of dodge. The flash is good, but for FUT, they can at least play for the spike here.
Smoke off one of the angles, but the captain's got to do a lot here to allow his team to move in.
Yeah, the J kills 2. Only another 2 to go. Oh my god. Wait a second.
You've got kicks up against you. 18-year-old versus 18-year-old.
Oh, good flash. Yedaj's just playing Ring of Rosie. Time. Yedaj's won this round. Yedaj's won. Oh my god. He won the 1v4.
Rightfully so, Pavlos.
That is sick. Well done. Well done.
You wondered, why did they pick up the 18-year-old? Why did they take the chance on
Nah, Yedaj's sick.
Exactly why. A 3K and then dance around that center site position while that spike ticks down to find the 4th. Immaculate plays.
We get no replay? Why do you need a replay? You just watched it. Why would you want a replay of something from the exact same POV?
Second round with 5 rifles on every member, but you know what? With confidence to back it up.
It's good when they have alternate POVs, but I don't understand why people want replays of the same shit being shown again. I wasn't watching, I was on my phone. I don't think we should be catering to people like you. Aggression from Vitality. Only 1 Sheriff player.
Can do damage, wouldn't be that bad.
Shouldn't, but it still could be. Cracks able to get the opening safe to fall. Suddenly this B site may be a little bit less guarded than Vitality would want.
And suddenly you feel a lot of energy restored for
Foot just walking through mid. Destrian is... I mean... he kills CNED?
That might be a potential pickup as a weapon.
I mean, no one expects Yedajay to be here. Oh, Yedajay doesn't reset his spray. Dude, Destrian closed the market door as he died. What is going on? Okay, Foot should just win this round, though.
Yeah, he is. Vandals as well, Pavlos.
2 Vandals.
This was 7-1, by the way, wasn't it? Or 7-0 or something? And now it's going to be 8-6.
So Foot making this round a little bit more likely for them. So Runner deciding to pick up this free upgrade, run away.
Honestly, runner saving here is still pretty good because it denies Foot the rifle, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Yeah. Normally you would want to see Runner do damage in that round, but I think denying the Vandal is actually better if he could have stayed alive.
It raises the question for Vitality. When do you call your timeouts? When do you
It was 7-0. Shit. Yeah.
Is that going to be enough rifles to back it off?
Right, so it's not the best bonus round in the world. They've done some good economical damage there, Vitality. They also have pretty big ult to work with here over towards A. This A defensive setup looks like it should have some stuff cooking. They don't break the recon, though. Sender's willing to fight this.
Right back up for Vitality.
Sender gets out. Fully out, even though Foot are not chasing.
Slow pace from Foot, and they've got a play on the
That was only one of the sheriffs that they've lost here too. So this 4v4 helps Foot's economy.
No information ascertained. Vitality could potentially be quite aggressive.
More percentage players with rifles. Safe going for the same cam that he was doing when they played against, was it Global?
Only one bit of knowledge.
It was a good cam.
I know exactly where you
Giving him good info around this area.
You'll definitely make it a little bit easier for the attackers.
Alright, so they know that there's a few players here. Kix is worried. Kix should be worried. Sender needs to help Kix.
Kix is having trouble staying out.
They know that Kix is tucked.
Cameras. Smoke coming
Oh,
through.
good spam from Sender. Paranoia, though, doesn't catch onto Yedajay. And Yedajay won a 1v4 earlier, so I could see him winning the 1v2. But the plant isn't down.
Should be more fathomable.
Once again, he's given the call, the mantle of responsibility. Able to work with a bit of space here. Only 15 seconds to work with.
No way he's sticking it. He does go off it.
Oh.
Good enough.
Almost for Yedajay. Almost. He plants at the spot where they have to drop off the high-low stack,
Damn tasty.
which kind of messed up the timing for Vitality on the double swing and allowed him to isolate safe.
Extend it to, however, FUT now hot
That's a pretty good bonus, yeah.
cracks as well.
They didn't get the plant down, but being able to kill 4 players is pretty excellent. The problem is that the economy at the moment in Valorant is so broken that it doesn't actually do anything. Vitality is still able to buy rifles on everybody apart from a Bulldog on safe. And they still have full utility. It's like, dude, please, nerf light armor. Make light armor only do 120 instead of 125. Please. I beg of you. The economy would be so much better in this game if that was the case.
Yeah, they did, and for Vitality, look at the amount of utility that's been burned from both teams here. And this is within the first 15 seconds or so. They've completely abandoned B main.
Please.
They've gained mid-control for it.
Just make light armor cost 750. Yeah, they could increase the cost of the light armor if you want as well. People will still buy it instead of buying full armor. But, yeah.
I think for Vitality, this extremity control towards B is actually really important because Runner can focus towards mid, so can Kix.
So they've got some B main control with this one way. Sender's going to try to leave. Recon dart in B main. What the fuck? Okay. So they put safe over towards A this round, trying to mix things up. Runner's going to probably try to play non-committally and then rotate. Look, yep. They sky flash and they know that there's people in B main. They get a random spam kill onto Mr. Fallen. Runner's here ready to ult. Here comes the runner ult. Wow, good shot by CNED. Nice shot by Sender as well. Yeah, it's a good defensive setup from Vitality. They take B main control, they flash to know that they've taken B main again. But they did get a little lucky in terms of getting Mr. Fallen through the smoke. Still, I like the defensive setup because even if they hadn't killed Mr. Fallen, I think Runner would have been able to get good value out of his ultimate. And they were in a good position to be able to still hold on to back B side. Dude, Safe is fucking telling them what's going on.
Definitely acting as if, you know, the anti-heroes in this one.
The problem with increasing the price, the reason why I'm not a big fan of increasing the price of light armor is even if you increased it to 750 credits. So the math that, you know, the math that people, you know, when the pro team started using light armor, it was based on people running the math of how often it makes a difference, you having light versus full armor. And they figured that in rifle rounds, it only matters about 2% of the time. Which means that in a rifle round, if light armor was more than 2% cheaper, it would still be a better EV play to... And it's a case where you think that it actually matters. Like, I guess if it was 2% cheaper, the price costs wouldn't actually add up over time to one more rifle round. So it would have to still influence how many more rifle rounds you could get. So it's not exactly the case that 2% cheaper, it would still be worth buying. But assuming that it could get you even one more rifle round, it would still be worth buying the light armor, even if it was 750 credits instead of 400 credits. So even doubling the cost just to get one more rifle round, it would still be better just to buy light armor. So I don't think that really solves the problem. It does make it more expensive. It does make it less likely that you have buys happening all the time. So it would solve the issue in that sense. But I just think that there's a fundamental problem when the difference between light armor and full armor is not large enough. I think that is where the core issue is. If it only matters in a rifle round about 2% of the time, whether you have a light armor or full armor, then there's a problem between what the light armor and full armor actually offers you. Like maybe full armor should not allow you to get aim punched or something as well. In my opinion, there needs to be a larger differential between the two that isn't just economical. Because otherwise, you're just making them essentially the same thing. If you just start creeping the price point of the two closer and closer together, why even have two options? I mean, there will still be some difference between them, but the difference would be so minimal at that point. Do you see where I'm coming from? That's why I'm suggesting a nerf that has to do with making light armor worse. Because I think that's the core of the problem.
Been able to switch it. They've not been able to hold it.
But a price difference would also be an acceptable nerf at this point. I would be fine with increasing the price up to 750 or 800. I don't think it would be the most elegant solution, but I would be fine with it. I think it would be a good thing for the game still, yes.
The same set for Yesterday on this map as well.
I think the attack side is just feeling a little bit more comfortable for Fit.
Yeah.
I think they enjoy having the tempo. I think they enjoy being the ones that can be proactive.
So, yeah.
Sort of force vitality dance around, you know, and Foot excel in that.
And there's plenty of different ways that you could approach it. I mean, you guys are theory crafting a bunch of different buffs, but I'm not too big on giving buffs to the full armor. There's plenty that you could come up with. You know, less tagging, less aim punch, all of the things that you guys are saying. But I'm not a fan of that because I think that they mess a lot with the core gameplay of Valorant. Whereas just adjusting the health amount of light armor, dropping it down to 124 or 121 or 120, really, really nerfs light armor. To the point where I don't think people would buy it unless they were on an eco. And I think that's kind of where you want to be with the game, don't you? I think that would be better. Like, I as a caster want to be able to say, oh, their economy's bad. They were forced to buy light armor. That's a big problem. Or like, that's something that might actually have an impact later on. Rather than right now, you know, you don't even mention it because it has no impact. 120 would be devastating for light armor purchasers because you would die to 3 shots from a Vandal. It would make light armor very weak. 121, you would still die to like a phantom shot from long range and, I mean, probably a bunch of other things as well. But 120 would be, yeah, devastating nerf. 120 armor would still help you with some small things, but it would be a massive nerf.
A light at the end of the tunnel, and a captain, and a boy runner wants to stop it all from happening.
Why are we not seeing more phantoms then? Because it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't make a difference.
Go to the other side of the map, and now you've drawn things to a 1v2 situation.
Because again, like 95+% of the time at the pro level, if you're gonna hit a headshot on someone with a phantom, you just follow it with a body shot anyway, and it doesn't matter. Getting 140 is very annoying, and you remember it a lot, but at the pro level, it just doesn't happen very often. Light armor at 120, it would be better to not get armor at all. Well, it would still be good for pistol rounds, so people would still buy light armor on pistol. And
the captain goes all the way around, and this is very reminiscent of what Yadajay did earlier on. All you have to do is wait for the clock.
It would. What else would it be good against? It would still be good at stopping you dying from like double body shot to a sheriff or something like that. But yeah, 120
getting that first kill.
it might be better just not to buy armor. You might have to set it at like 121.
He realizes that he's saved so much.
Because you want to, like, if you get leg shot with an AWP, or if you get 4 shot with a, if you get triple shot with a Vandal or something, you kind of need the armor to break those. Because otherwise, yeah, people would just
Did a really good job on that one.
buy no armor to save money, I suppose.
Very good job on that one.
Either no or full, and then light's useless. Yeah, I don't know, but I think that there's probably a sweet spot somewhere between 125 and 120 that would be a good nerf.
It's unlikely, bear in mind that the ult management's going to be massive next round.
Runner with a hero rifle. Says no more to CNED. I think there's a personal kerfuffle going
Anyway.
on between those two.
Anyway, sorry, I was just waffling there while I think Foot won an eco round. I was just absolutely waffling while Foot won an eco round and have got themselves back into this game.
Trade transfer this entire tournament.
That is as clean as it physically gets. Captain, he's going to try and hunt for his ace as well, and I do not blame him.
I mean, it might be clean, but I also feel filthy right now after watching that one. Had a captain.
Go on, get the ace.
Oh,
Anti-eco ace. Not bad. All right. Okay, let's have a look then.
Has begun.
The roots may have started, but have they taken hold? You can hear the excitement both in the crowd and on the faces of FUT here.
Okay, so Foot have huge ultimates to work with. They have a massive KO ult that they can use to make Safe's trips completely useless. They also have this Sova utility that they can use the entire time, just to, you know, the shocks and the ult are also going to be good for putting pressure onto Safe. So this might be one of the rounds where you... They've been swapping which site Safe plays on quite a lot. He's mostly been playing B, but he has sometimes played over towards A. This looks like they're just going to run towards B. They're going to take B control with the drone, and I would imagine that they just raise ult and... what do you call it? Fucking, you're talking about Alexander III in my head while I'm trying to remember the name of the KO ult. Fonty, thanks for the 13 months. He's only the second best Macedonian duelist. Ridiculous. Nice Sova ult to follow up on this as well, onto Runner. They could just spam into the smoke there. Destrian gets a kill, but they still get the kill on Runner. They're going to try and flood into backside with the Seekers, which I think is a good play. Safe ends up dying, so they forced out the 3 massive ultimates here from Foot. But Vitality are going to be back down onto an eco. You know, Kicks isn't going to be able to buy here. The others... Safe isn't going to be able to buy as well. They might be able to put some kind of force together here, actually, if Sender survives. How many rounds in a row have Vitality just lost? They've lost at least 2 in a row. I think they've only lost 2 in a row. So this is going to be the 3rd in the row. They're going to have 2,900 bonus. Apart from Kicks, who will be able to get a drop from Sender. They, you know, saving this weapon ends up being really important for Vitality's chances of forcing in the next. I don't think he's going to be allowed to save this, is he? Nah, here comes Mr. Fallen. Yeah, there goes the gun. So I think that's going to make a big difference. 7-0 to 10-9. Yeah. They really let the end of the first half slip away from them. They had such a massive advantage, and then they just started trying to make some weird shit happen. They were overcooking, trying to find lurk timings constantly on the attack side. They had a strategy that was working, and they deviated away from it. And then they lost pistol, and then they've lost an eco round as well later on. And they've really let their control of this map slip away from them. Isn't that more of it being an attack-sided map? No, I don't think so. I think the way in which it's happened, the fact that it's been an eco round, a lost pistol, and lost rounds towards the end of the second half, well, it ended up being 8-4 the first half, didn't it? After they were up 7-0. That's not it being attack-sided. I mean, if Foot ends up just winning out from here, then it may be something to do with it being attack-sided. I think the map is attack-sided. I just don't think it's as relevant to why this map is now close.
And they win the next one, it could all be over quite quickly.
I think it's cool goodies like mouse mats and stuff like that.
Yeah, CNED got an op and started doing work with it. You're right.
Yeah, the real good stuff.
I hear myself through their TV.
Yeah, so they're not going to be able to put a buy together here. They're going to be able to buy down to, you know, like, buy down kind of low because they have really large loss bonus. Okay, so yeah, they're going to pit right at the start.
But I think Foot already has made their mind up with pushing down mid and that deep side.
Pretty heavy commitment using Destrian's ult in this round. They're going to try to rotate Runner as quickly as they can. But there's no smoke at the top of mid here. And it's not like Runner can... Oh, wait. Runner's swapped it over. Ah, I didn't even realize. So Destrian now has the Judge, and Runner's taken the rifle, so now Runner can actually do stuff like fighting down mid. Ah, they know where Sender is. I don't like that position. I think that's a horrible spot to fight mid from. We saw both Omens doing the same thing. Sender and Ada Captain both played from that spot. I don't like it. I think it's pretty bad. The attackers can hear, you know, there was a sound cue to give away that he was playing in that spot because they have to use the TP. And then on top of that, wait there. Fighting market. Vitality hold on to it, and then they don't realize that Safe is tucked around the corner. Mr. Fallen's still in B main. They can't go back into Destrian. The ult seems pretty good here, but the rest of the team still has to get through Destrian, and CNED just dies immediately to the decay and the snakebite. Mr. Fallen's got Spike, and he's got to go through the ult. No team can win a rifle round here. Oh my god, what a read from Ada Captain. Good shot from Kicks. Spike planted though. 3v2 with 2 rifles available for Vitality. Oh, they didn't get it! Oh, I thought they had time there. How much time did they have? 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh, yeah, they just missed it by like a quarter of a second. Damn. Ooh. I thought he had it there.
Oh my god, the fact that CNED ties there early. And yeah, no, it was a great effort from Foot to try and bring it back. But still, Vitality, I think the props is deserving for them because
they just got stuffed in market. That's the biggest problem, is that Foot couldn't find their way into market. Again, Foot's composition is quite bad at getting map control on this map. They don't have a breach. They don't have prowlers. You know, the drone can get broken really easily. The KO doesn't really help them take map control. All right, this is interesting, though. Ada Captain getting really deep. And this... Oh, the utility's broken. As soon as the dog gets broken, that early Runner can't really get inside the smoke. Yedajay tries to fight on the other side, though, even though they've never controlled the area over towards Boba. All right, now they're going to go through market because they realize that the players in market have left. Oh, but they run into the trip. Mr. Fallen's taking a timing, and Krax has killed 2 players. Ada Captain runs away. Sender has his knife out. These rounds are getting bonkers. Sender just gets the kill. I feel like Krax wins these rounds, though. Krax is normally so good in these situations. He was amazing in the first half in spots like this. Yeah, and he's good for it. These rounds are getting wild. Foot are trying to pressure multiple areas of the map at once because they don't have the utility to be able to force their way into areas. So they're having to pull rotates and then try and find timings. So it's making this really scrappy and very chaotic. Because they're trying to pull Vitality around the map so that, like, for example here, they're trying to pull Vitality to the top mid so that they can get into market. And then they pull them away from B main so that Fallen can just walk into B main. But if Vitality are able to get picks or hold their ground and punish these people, then Foot could easily get caught on these timing lurks. Destrian gets pushed back. B main control. Safe hears a lot of movement over towards B main. Both trips are still active. CNED misses the first one. Destrian only has a fucking classic. Safe gets traded. Destrian can't get that weapon.
for Runner to help him instead. Showstopper enabled.
The Flash Force is out. The ult. Oh, Destrian actually finds value jumping classic because he's got supported by Runner. This is not bad at all. If Foot are able to get the plant down on A, they're in a post-plant situation, but Vitality can get guns back. Destrian's got a weapon. 4v3, and Mr. Fallen's in like a lurk spot as Sova. Mr. Fallen likes lurking on Sova more than anyone I've ever seen. Has he got a timing? It looks like he has. But if he kills Destrian, the others are just going to accelerate the retake, aren't they? Oh my god, Mr. Fallen gets through it! Mr. Fallen gets 4? What are my eyes seeing? Oh my god. Com wants to talk? I don't think Com lurks though. Com flanks in the post plant. Com wasn't lurking as much as Mr. Fallen does. Com would play his site exec with his team and then post-plant reflank. Whereas Mr. Fallen is like actually playing the lurk. His two players are going to A and he's like hiding in this corner and then going for this. I guess there's only a small difference, but Mr. Fallen is lurking during the mid-round and playing like... Look, again, he's playing like solo A and stuff. He plays a weird Sova. He does not play the same as Com. 11-11. And Vitality were on a half buy last round, so they can still afford to buy this one. Last time they had Sova ult, they also used the KO ult and they took B. This time, they're making it very obvious that the Sova is taking elbow control. Nade pushes, kicks back. What? He predicted the Omen teleport. Mr. Fallen is playing outrageously. Dude.
At what point do they call to save? Look at the money. There's nothing behind these vandals.
Holy shit.
They definitely have to save. There's no other way. Knowing there's 5 players, know they haven't done any damage.
Oh my god, Vitality are going to be kicking themselves if they lose this map.
My, oh my, FUT, Foot, 12-11, Vitality. It looked like a Seals deal. It looked done and dusted.
A Seals deal?
From the grave, Foot have shown us that is still
a Walrus is compact.
That's what we get for counting them out. That's what we get for denying.
So Destrian is going to be able to... well, if Destrian had kept his... Yeah. Oh, they need to save the weapons. Oh, that's devastating. The fact that Foot is able to hunt them down, even them taking the light armor away from Destrian was a killer. But the fact that they also managed to get weapons away from all of them is horrendous. Amazing from Foot there. Well, not just amazing from Foot. Amazing by Mr. Fallen. God damn.
My, oh my. Do you believe, Pavlos?
Of course.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Foot looked...
Not to believe?
I see overtime.
Foot didn't look ass at the beginning, but they definitely looked like their composition was struggling very heavily to defend towards A. But they've had some serious hero plays. Cracks had many hero plays in the first half to be able to make the first half competitive after a 7-0 loss. And then Mr. Fallen's had 2 fantastic rounds to be able to pull them into the lead. I think Foot are relying pretty heavily on individual moments, but it's working. And in that round as well, Mr. Fallen with his drone and with his shocks was actually able to take his team and take A main and elbow control. So they still had a lot of good map control to start the exec. It's just that he also found a pick with the Sova ult. But that A hit was always going to be pretty good anyway, because they'd managed to force Vitality back on A lot. APAC better than EU. It is literally an all-EU grand final. That is outrageous cope from the audience.
I actually like the fact that they've saved that timeout for this last round. I think
Hot take, EMEA 3rd to 10th is going to quite literally just be who's better on the day. Every team is equally dogshit and Heretics are 11th. That is... what? Who are you even... No. That is not true at all. You're putting Vitality and Foot and Liquid in the same category as... Well, to be honest, you have said Heretics are 11th, but... Well, actually, 3rd through 10th might be, but I think that you shouldn't be saying that. I think it'll be 3rd through 9th. I think BBL will be down at 10th at the bottom, and I think that there'll be 2 teams that are probably shit too. I don't have faith in Koi. I think Koi's going to be down at the bottom as well. I think the bottom is going to be... I think the actual bad teams are probably going to be Heretics, BBL, and Koi, and then the middle of the pack is going to be good. I think you've tarnished EMEA's reputation there by saying 3rd through 9th or 3rd through 10th. I'm saying 3rd through 8th are bad. I think the 3rd through 8th are all going to be pretty good, which is why it's going to be competitive. Saying they're equally dogshit when they're the 3rd place team implies that you think they're going to get slapped, I guess, when they go to Masters events or something, but I don't think they are. I think that's a classic EMEA hater take. Alright, 4 players spotted there. It's info, but how are they actually going to be able to stop them? Vitality have started playing really passively over towards A. Good awareness by Mr. Fallen again that Sender was going to be on top of the box. You don't see enough people holding that angle. Looks like a good recon here, potentially. Gets broken, though. God, they absolutely swarm those players. Yeah, the J kills 2, but Safe has 2 extremely weak people to kill. Oh my god, he almost missed it. Mr. Fallen's got 7 HP. He could literally run around with the fucking shorty. Oh, he doesn't know where he is. Oh, he doesn't know where he is. What a fucking comeback from Foot. What an insane comeback. God damn. There were some nasty rounds in there from their individual players. But the same problem in this final round as in the previous one. Look, they just give Foot complete control of this area of the map. Kix is playing passive over towards here. Sender's playing passive over towards here. This is not going to work. Foot are just going to take elbow control, not use really any utility to do it, only the drone. Oh, I guess they use the boombot too. But, you know, barely any utility, and they're just in on the A site. And then you have to play retake, and I don't think playing full retake A is good. I know we were having a discussion about this in the chat earlier, but I don't think it's very good. I think it's really difficult because it's hard to full re-clear all of this area out. This area is quite difficult to properly flush out, and if you just end up on site and the people in the post plant are still peeking you from these angles, it's going to be really difficult to get a proper diffuse off. So, not a fan of the strategy that Vitality went into in these final few rounds where they just played off-site on A. Don't think that's a very good idea. I think it's fine if you have safe, hard anchoring with his Cypher utility, but yeah. Huge rounds by Foot to get them back into the game, and then Vitality let it slip towards the end, I think, along with Mr. Fallen playing a fantastic game. I mean, that's 3 rounds in a row where Mr. Fallen has a major play. He has the lurk play where he's here to wrap around, and he gets a 4K in mid. And then he has the round where he drones this way, takes elbow with the rest of his team, and then Sova ults, predicts Sender's teleport to be able to get the kill onto him, which is enormous. And then he has this round too, which is small, but Fallen just being able to watch this box to stop Sender from getting value is really impactful. And almost every team fucks this up. Now, most of the teams fuck this up because they have people scaling from this side, so they're moving. So they find it much more difficult to just hold this one angle. But every team, and also, one of the other reasons why teams fuck it up is because people smoke this off. So you can't just hold it from a nice position. Whereas Sender here swings without a smoke being there. If there's a smoke there, right, Mr. Fallen has to walk past the smoke, and then he's got to be worried about people on site. Now, he doesn't have to be worried about people on site in this situation because his team have got it. But you know what I mean? Like, in theory, if Sender's swinging at this point in time, if Mr. Fallen's walked out past where the smoke would be, then he's less likely to be watching Sender. But the fact that there's no smoke there just makes it easier for Mr. Fallen to be watching that. I think Vitality very easily could have won this map, and they let it slip through their fingers. I think the biggest problems that I have with Vitality are towards the end of the first half. But at least this is going to be a competitive game.
Yeah, I mean, the only one that actually did
We are now guaranteed to see...
no 3Ks, no 4Ks, no 8s.
Is it Split? No, Haven. We're now guaranteed to see Haven. And that's going to be interesting because I don't know what composition Vitality are going to run there. I could imagine seeing them run the Viper because they've been running a lot of double controller, but I don't think Destrian has been amazing on Viper. So I think there's a decent chance that they are not looking that great on the Viper comp, but that's just speculation from my end. They might end up playing double initiator with Safe playing...
After a little bit of damage done earlier on, it just bought so much time, and I thought, you know,
I don't know. Maybe Sova.
enough to frazzle Foot at that moment. No, they end with the next 4 rounds and the map's done.
Yeah, absolutely. And there were these hero plays from, you know...
Safe Breach? Well, I was thinking that, but they might run... Oh, no, because Destrian's probably going to be playing main smokes for them. Yeah, so they would have Kicks play Sova, Safe on Breach. Yeah. I keep thinking Destrian's going to go over to Breach if they play Breach, but that... It seems like Destrian's just gone full smokes player. Yeah, Safe on Cypher's cooking spawns. He's cooking. I think he looks great. The only problem that I have with Safe on Cypher is that I don't think he's able to have as much impact as if he was on Initiator, because he can't control the tempo of the game as much. Am I crazy, or is Viper on Haven always so shit? No, Viper on Haven is outrageously good. It's unbelievably good. But if teams play it badly, it can be very bad. Yes. But if you play the Viper Haven properly, it's the best composition at the moment. They could play Sky Breach. They could. They could play Sky Breach. I don't think they will, but they definitely could. I guess I'm just thinking in ranked games. Oh, yeah. The players in your ranked games are not going to be playing Viper properly. If you get Viper on Haven in ranked, you're going to lose because people are going to be shit. But at the pro level, Viper is extremely good. How about Sentinels comp on Haven? Sentinels comp is just the Viper. Sentinels most recently were running Viper Omen on Haven. I don't really know what you mean. Specifically against the Viper comp, I think Cypher's insanely strong on Haven, but I won't explain. Giga Chad. Giga Chad not going to explain. No, I think it actually could be. I mean, the Killjoy on Haven is finding it more and more difficult to operate against the Cypher comps. The Killjoy on Haven is finding it more and more difficult to operate against the Viper comps because your turret is in a weird spot when you're on the attack side. I think you definitely could run Cypher. I think he meant the Breach Sova comp they played against Paper X in the first match. I mean, Breach Sova, I wouldn't call that the Sentinels comp, but yeah, Breach Sova you can play on Haven. It's all right. It's probably the second best composition, and if you're good at it and you have specifically good ideas, then it can be better than, or you can win against the Viper comp. Akrukis, thanks for the 22 months. No, I didn't watch the Global versus Furia game because it didn't matter for the tournament results at all, and Global had a sub. But yeah, I think the Killjoy still has a lot of value in the Viper composition, but the Killjoy's getting squashed a little bit in the Viper comp, or against the Viper comp, to the point where I could see people running Cypher. Especially if you know that your opponents are also going to be running the Viper. You know, if you know that it's going to be a Viper versus Viper mirror, I could see some value there in running it. But I think most teams are just going to play it safe. The thing is, the Killjoy mollies are just so useful in that Viper composition for being able to play post-plant denial. The Viper's already really, really good at throwing an orb in post-plant, throwing snake bites, but being able to also have Killjoy mollies to play off is... It all works together nicely, assuming you can get into post-plants. Hello, Rash. How's it going? Fnatic tried the Fade Breach comp and fumbled against Loud's Viper Harbor. Yeah, I think the Viper is better on Haven, but I think you can beat it with Sova Breach. Or maybe even Fade Breach. Cypher makes the ults cycle easier. No, I do not know what you're saying. I don't see Killjoy on any map except Ascent. What? Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean I don't agree with you, but I see what you mean. I think Killjoy is still really viable on Haven, even though some teams might try to experiment in the future with the Cypher. I think Killjoy is simply a better option on Lotus. I think on the other maps, and then Ascent as well. Yeah, I think on the other maps, you see a lot of Cypher, but that's basically just like a 50-50 split, isn't it? I mean, you basically get a filler ult between rounds. I'm struggling to follow your logic because having a Killjoy ult can win you a round. Like, you can make a game plan around the Killjoy ult and put your opponents in a position where they will find it very difficult to stop you winning. Cypher is like a little bit of a win more ult, where it can be super useful, but you already need to be in a position where you've found a kill and a body to work with. It's not win more because you don't have to be in a player advantage situation. You can be in like a 4v4 and a 3v3, and the Cypher's really useful. But I don't really understand how you're going from that to it helps the ult cycle more. Because being able to win a round off the Killjoy ult is massive. So, yeah, I don't really understand the logic there. Cypher has legs on Lotus, but he's just shit on C, which would make the map completely different compared to having a Killjoy. There are occasionally some teams that are running the Cypher. I mean, Paper Rex ran a Cypher on the map. But yeah, it just changes the entire dynamic of how you have to play the defense. You get so much value out of just being able to throw the Killjoy on C, still get info on B, and stack players A. Your entire approach to the defense side would have to be so different, and I think it would weaken A massively. Unless you were confident in playing A retakes constantly, and then you would have to stack players over towards C, because you don't really want to play C retake all the time. So I think you'd be in a pretty rough situation trying to come up with game plans for Lotus Cypher. Thank you for the 100 bits, S-Kark. I just woke up. Is it worth watching the first two maps? Yeah, I would say so. They were banging. They were banging maps, really close, big individual performances from... Mostly from Foot, actually. The individual moments. Which makes it a little worrying for Foot later on in the series. Like, if Vitality either step up or Foot can't keep up the hero plays, then I think it's more likely that Vitality edge out the series. But we also don't know enough about Vitality's map pool. We haven't seen Vitality play on Haven or Split. Did we watch them play Lotus already? I think we did. I think they played Lotus recently. Yeah, they played it against Furia. So, yeah, we know that Vitality are good here. In fact, Vitality look better than Foot here. And Vitality's composition is better than Foot's here. So, I feel like my analysis is the same as it has been for the previous two maps, which is, I think Foot can win if their players go nuclear. Or if Vitality start making some large errors in terms of their game plan. And I think Vitality managed to win the first map, despite Foot's players playing quite well towards the end. I think Vitality let their foot off the gas and ended up losing the second map when they probably should have been able to close that out. And now again, if Foot are able to win on Lotus, I think it'll take something monstrously good from the Foot players. Yeah, KO instead of Sky. Playing solo KO Initiator on this map is bonkers. Not having the dog and not having the, like, flashes that you can put into a lot of nice positions and get info from, it just is a straight up downgrade. There's yeah. I guess the ult is slightly better on the attack side, but the Seekers are also really quite a good ultimate to be able to win around from. Not as good as the KO ult, but you just get so much more value from the neutral game from the Sky.
Vitality, of course, with start on this attack, their attack has been...
All right, so let's have a look.
On Ascent, Foot was able to make a little bit of a comeback based on Vitality's attack being shaky. We just saw a full comeback off of a shaky attack from Vitality over on Sunset. So for Foot, I think...
Counterpoint, get info by peeking and killing them. I think that's what Foot will try to do. All right, so Krax has a flash lineup into C Mount here. So look at this. Here comes the flash. They're going to try and refight this. They're just trying to pick a good timing. Here it comes. So that could have been really dangerous if Vitality had walked into that. But it looked like they had read that there was something going on there. So now Foot have used a lot of their big utility. They've used Nade, they've used Paranoia, used a flash. So it looks like Vitality are just going to XXC. I like the proactivity, though, from CNED and Yeta J. Also, I think it was Foot where we were watching a bad Paranoia lineup last time, but Yeta J actually flashed from a nicer spot in this round. They're going to try and clear out Yeta J. All right.
Actually, I think may well be good enough into the 4 versus 4 now, and looks they're going to go straight into this retake, Pavlos.
Vitality have been really good on these post plants, meaning that they've been able to delay Foot a lot.
A lot of damage onto these Vitality players, and they don't have good post plant utility, so they're playing fully off-site. They're going to give Foot a lot of space. This doesn't look great for Vitality.
I don't think there are going to be many people left standing at the end of this round.
This doesn't look good. Unless Vitality gets some kills through the smoke, this looks rough. Oh. They gotta, Kix has gotta just try to spam. Oh my god, the flank timing. Oh, Sender's whiffing as well. But they now have to look in both directions. Ada Captain gets one. Oh, nice. Wow, that post-plant flank is the only thing that saved Vitality there. They just managed to buy enough time for it too. Still a bit whiffy from Sender, but they got the job done. At least he didn't overcommit. Staying alive there put a ton of pressure onto Krax. He had to force a fight and he wasn't able to.
now, and
that looked on a knife's edge for both teams.
however, but they enjoy this sort of hero marshal, don't they?
But at least Vitality had a game plan. When they fell off site, I was worried because it looked like they were just trying to get spammed through smokes. But they actually had a plan of what they wanted to do. So,
I don't think it was. I'm not gonna take
good work by Vitality to turn that situation into still finding another win condition for them. Mr. Fallen has ridiculous aim with the Marshal. I've seen him hit some wild shit. Almost great crosshair placement there.
Vitality seems to be wanting to take the lead here early. Moving towards the right-hand side. Now, Foot, they've got a Marshal onto Mr.
Yedajay is going to try and push out B again.
Right position to actually find damage here.
Captain actually going very aggressive past this C-mount position, and the map control is going to allow Foots to...
Ada Captain hits the alarm bot. Safe's under a lot of pressure here. He knows that there was people pushing B and C. I like the idea of Vitality going back and clearing these players. Because getting funneled into A and having people already fast flanking behind you seems like how to lose an anti-eco 101. They're putting a lot of faith in Safe with a ghost holding the flank. Which he does.
Look at that, turning around in time, and he was with a pistol against the Sheriff. Not too bad.
And Mr. Fallen didn't hard anchor the site because he only had a Marshal. So, disaster avoided there from Vitality. Ned peeks into the one-way as well. Put his head in there. Have Kicks and Runner been looking good so far? Yes, very good. Pretty disciplined. Very good fragging. Good flexibility as well. Runner's played Jet and Raze and looks good on both. Kicks has played Sky and Sova. Played Sova for the first ever time. Looked really good at it on Ascent. So yeah, Kicks and Runner, very good off-season acquisitions by the look of it for Vitality. What a Foot cooking with the KO Solar Initiator? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Yeah, Fallen's good with the Marshal.
You know what? Exactly. Right, you start to think 7-0, that should be a good start. That should be a solid victory.
I'd be pretty happy with 7-0.
Yeah, that Ascent map was his first time ever playing Sova. At least in a match, obviously. He's played it before in scrims and Pride. What the fuck are Foot doing? I hate the way Foot fight a Rubble. I absolutely hate it. Imagine running through your own Viper wall that aggressively on an anti-bonus. Of all the rounds to do that, you pick the round where Vitality have bad weaponry and you just int. Oh my god. When I first saw this Viper wall coming out from Foot, when we did the VOD review of it before, I was like, that could be good. It seems a bit weird, but I could see it maybe being a good idea. I don't think I've ever seen the value from it. And it always seems to incentivize Foot to play too aggressive. And they put it up at the start of the rounds. So they just allow Vitality to spread out around Rubble. And they never get to control that area. Because Vitality always have ways of repositioning behind the smoke. It just looks poo. I'm going to be really fucking annoyed if Foot frag their way through this map. That is a bad decision by Destrian, though. That is a bad decision by Destrian running through the smoke bite there. Snake bite.
And they're definitely going to be looking at that direction. That's why they're going to be using the smoke.
Oh, Falling catches one too. How do you lose a 5v3 like this, Vitality? Oh. Oh. Oh.
Aggressive into sight. Topsy-turvy extravaganza. And cracks to try and switch it up yet another time.
What a bad round by both teams.
Should be simply picked up, but no. Doesn't look to his right. Kicks
Maybe they're just really big fans of the Great Pottery Throwdown. They're trying to replicate it in Valorant.
Able to find 3 in a row now, looking to even push that victory further. They're also going to start to come online here. And
The great EMEA throw-off.
That we're now seeing Foot use against Vitality here is that control and tree.
That round was terrible.
That position to pivot off, bait for one another, and use it almost as a way to anchor that A site. You look at the ult management though. From the shadows available, soon to be the Seekers on Vitality. Over to Foot. Nothing online as of yet, but it's round 5, round 6, where I suspect we're going to see a lot of utility available for Foot, especially when it comes to those ults.
This is so similar to the previous map. So similar.
I'm so worried that Foot are going to win this eco round though as well. Vitality have lost a number of anti-ecos.
5-on-5 still. Foot. Sheriffs, yes.
In fact, they were doing that all throughout the Furia game as well, weren't they? They were winning the pistol and then losing the anti-eco.
That we do. Vitality shifting over to the C position. However, Foot, they've read it. They've got
Looks like it's only Liquid and Fnatic again, guys. I mean, Na'Vi and Fnatic, but I understand what you mean, I suppose.
After that come from CNET now. This duel with Safe is going to be so damn important. The paint shell's not quite landing. Safe going to be emboldened to push further forwards. But
Krax gets another. It's a 2v2. Safe still has the turret up. Okay, they know that there's somebody behind them. Can they double clear behind? Okay, they do. They kill Mr. Fallen. So now CNED should not be able to win this with a classic. It should be impossible. Literally impossible.
Which is why he's looking around everywhere.
Desperately trying to find that time is not on his side, and the upfront utility power boss is so strong with a
Can Vitality get good enough for the second spot for Masters? What, for Madrid? Maybe. I mean, it's possible.
Keeping the theme that we saw prior.
Yeah, for Vitality, it's a great round.
At the beginning of the year, in a tournament format, like the qualifier for Madrid, I think a lot of wonky results would be possible. You know, even if Na'Vi ends up being the second best team of the year, it's definitely possible someone else could make it to Madrid. I mean, it's even possible that Fnatic might not make it to Madrid, although it seems inconceivable. But, you know, upsets, I guess, could happen at the beginning of the year. I don't think it will, though.
And have also been the demise of many others.
You're absolutely right, and I think
what do you think will be the kickoff format? I'm not really sure. I mean, there's 11 teams. That's a pretty horrible number of teams to try to make a tournament format for.
We see it now come out on Lotus much earlier.
Fnatic run 5 duelists with Mini playing and 13-0 all your favorite teams.
You're absolutely right, and I think for Vitality,
They did lose in EMEA this year. It is possible for Fnatic to have a bad day.
We've not seen them really do that yet.
They don't have many of them. Didn't they say they would try out Swiss? That's at the event, though. Not for the kickoff. I think they said they were going to run Swiss for Madrid.
A map here would definitely do wonders, especially considering Vitality come back after losing a streak of rounds, losing a map that should have been theirs, for somehow finding themselves in a predicament that they're all too familiar with also. But like we pointed out a few times this tournament,
so Vitality's got... Sorry, Foot have got rifles back, including CNED's op. CNED is peeking over towards A. They spot CNED right at the beginning. What does Vitality want to do? They break knife?
Tree control still established, but the Captain, that Viper's Pit being deployed on B gives the freedom to put stack over to A here, leaving the Killjoy utility set up.
CNED trying to line it up based on the orb. They're going to use Seekers, try to put a lot of pressure on CNED. CNED should find it difficult to get an op shot out here. He's going to try and stay on site and break the Seekers. Oh, I don't like ending B here. I don't mind faking B and then ending A, but I think ending B seems almost impossible with this pit up. Not scaling on the Seekers and not taking tree control as the Seekers were active might end up being a massive mistake for Vitality. Because CNED's managed to get posted back on an aggressive angle. They still don't have tree control. Dog broken, Paranoia to try to get some tree. That Paranoia actually caught onto CNED as well. Oh, what a swing from Destrian. And Mr. Fallen decided to use his lockdown. And that just forced them to accelerate. Mr. Fallen finds one. Runner gets another. But Kicks closes it out. That looked pretty dangerous up until the point where Destrian's Paranoia caught onto CNED. And then Destrian wide swung after that and killed CNED. It doesn't seem like a good game plan to me to have Destrian take tree control on his own with one flash, but it did work. I don't think it was a good game plan, but he made it work. So credit to Destrian for hitting the shot. But I think if they do that over and over again, they're going to lose Destrian sometimes. Because your Paranoia can't clear everything in tree. He's going to have to force his way through defensive utility sometimes as well. And he's not always going to hit the shot on the player that he wide swings. So I think Vitality is still lacking a little bit of finesse with how they're actually hitting the site on A. But they're still up 5-0. And Foot's ability to control A looks tragically bad. Yeah, they need FNS. Yeah. What if G2 replaces Leaf with Jorgamo? What? Huh? We're watching Foot play against Vitality. Huh? Alright, Foot on the eco are going to try and push out C and B. I'm not even going to credit that with a response. Right, and this aggression just dies, and Vitality are now going to be able to build up to their lockdown.
I mean, you didn't really expect Foot to do much that round, but you expected them to see someone.
Leaf was the second best player, arguably the best player, but I would say second best player of Americas in 2023. I know that Jorgamo was incredible at the international events, but he wasn't better than Leaf domestically. That's not an upgrade. Yeah, first was Aspas.
100%. For Vitality also, with the ultimates that they've built up, that's 4 of them now available.
He's a choker, though. He did seem to play better in the regular season.
One of the players that hasn't is kind of feels like he's waiting for the blades, he's waiting for the operator, but not really having much luck with his rifle. No, he's not. So, I mean, he even had limited
all right, Foot, guns back. Play Mr. Fallen, anchoring A. One way over towards C, trying to pop this trap play out. As soon as this one way disappears, they're going to go for it. All right, so now finally, Vitality might get caught by the trap. No. Good blind from Destrian. Really good counter utility. And Safe's tried to run his way into B because he's assuming that B is going to be weak. He's correct. There's 3 players fighting C, 1 anchoring A. So Safe just takes his 1v1 on B, wins it. And this round is over as well. I mean, this should be the most one-sided map of the entire series. Actually, I can't say that with confidence because I haven't seen Vitality play Haven or Split. So it's possible that Vitality suck on Split. But it should be the most one-sided map of the series. I hope Vitality don't take their foot off the gas again, though, like they did on Sunset. Just keep hammering them.
Well, not much.
You just can't run KO Solo Initiator on this map? I would agree with that statement.
Does anybody else remember this score?
I would agree.
I'm thinking back, I may have some reminders. Tell me, Pavlos, what happened last time Vitality was 7-0 up?
They lost.
They what?
They lost.
How?
I have no idea.
If NRG do have Ethan and Demon 1, yes, they should be a top team in the Americas as long as they can coordinate and call well.
Will it be a diamond in the rough for that? Or will it be
But it really, really relies on somebody on that team stepping up and being the caller. Because just having good players is not enough.
I don't think anybody would. I don't think they'd be forgiving themselves very soon.
I think Crashies might be up to it, though.
That you would in the regular season of VCT, but still, this is a final, an opportunity to just show up and show off.
I mean, this whole tournament has almost been a road to Damascus for Vitality here. Sort of everything has clicked, everything has... we've seen the strategy, we've seen the reason behind these big ups, and for Runner and Clicks especially, this has just been a Jubilee tournament for them.
I'm also a bit worried about Marved on that team because I don't think he played very well in the previous squad that he was on without an IGL. I think he needs a bit more direction, or like to have his space on the team carved out properly. All right, here we go. Pressure onto Atta Captain at the back. 1-for-1 is pretty good for the attackers. Krax is just going to try and win this with his rifling.
The use of utility, because without it, no smoke's available to get the safety plant.
That being said, look how Foot have just disengaged. They've allowed everyone to stack up. Viper's bit committed now. Can they find the Viper in this grey, green, and greasy ooze Pavlos?
That Viper's bit is so differential, but I think they just figured out what the holdout looks like.
They know that there's one waterfall.
Vitality forced to change positions.
Kicks has been able to get offside as well. This could go
Oh, Sender's getting spammed. That was a headshot while Sender was jumping. And now Sender's in a nice spot where he can just play post plant with the Odin. Oh, he's going for the post plant flank as well. I don't think this is actually necessary, but it's going to win the round. I think he could have just played with his Odin from... yeah, Krax has lost this round. Another round for Vitality. Even with a player advantage, Vitality still managed to win that one.
They continue to show us why they want to
to
be not just one of the best in Europe, but to be one of the best in the world.
I think it's a completely different matter to be able to...
The NRG players are not similar at all to the PaperX players.
A lot of ambition in this roster.
They're not hyper-aggressive, like, timing demons. Their players have succeeded in controlled environments. I mean, some of what EG was doing was fast-paced and based on calling audibles and syncing up ults and stuff like that, where Ethan had a lot of success. And Demon 1, but I think most of that was powered by Jorgamo being a fucking maniac.
Scenario is, right, what they're saving grace is, but I don't think for this one they have one.
Absolutely that. 5v5 retake Pavlos. A lot of utility expended, but they're on this site fast.
Vitality need to make a mistake here. Looking after the spike. I think they know what gun.
I don't think when Victor's playing... Yeah, actually, who's playing Raze for that team?
But they've eliminated one of the angles. But what they haven't eliminated, they're not wary of, is a lurking...
Are they going to need Victor to play Raze? Because I thought Victor might be playing Sentinel. Who's playing Sentinel then, chat?
Not even if they wanted to. No, they're not. They're not. But hey, they made that expensive.
It's a 4K from safe, but I'm not going to lie, Pablo.
I don't think...
I'm still a little bit worried. I'm still a little bit worried, bearing in mind that came down to a 1 versus 1, a round which Foot really shouldn't have had any interest.
The more I'm thinking about this roster, the more weird it seems to me, actually.
And now you look at how the ults have sort of crafted their way going into the final.
Because Victor could play full Sentinel, which would be really good. But then it requires Demon 1 to play Raze whenever they play Raze. Like, they also are going to need Crashies to probably pick up Viper for when they're not running double initiator. Which I don't think is a bad thing. Maybe Crashies plays full-time Sentinel with that team. And just has Ethan play Sky. And then Victor picks up Viper. Like, I feel like the roles are actually a bit weird.
You cannot underestimate Vitality here.
You cannot. What's important is that
Demon 1 can absolutely play Raze. When has he played Raze, though?
I don't think he's going to take the chance.
He doesn't play like a Raze player.
Destroy that link wall, and Vitality, they're just going to run straight past it.
He's not feeling it.
Has he ever played Raze before? No, he's literally never played Raze before. He doesn't aim like a Raze player. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say. By the way, I should probably tune the fuck back in, huh? Because this is a 4v3 retake where Vitality can actually lose. They need to play aggressive in the post plant here because they are getting flanked as well. Oh, that's an accidental kill. He didn't even know the runner was there. Time. They could still lose this to time. They lose yet a J. Sender. Oh, he gets them both! They just can't win! They just can't win, man. They just can't win.
Oh my word, Pavlos. What a round, and what a chance for Vitality to, as you mentioned, make this look flawless.
Pick up Jorgamo instead of Marved and the roles are set. Yeah, that would go crazy, actually. I would be a much bigger fan of the roster if they had Jorgamo instead of Marved.
They consider themselves among the best in the world.
Here we go, more. Ooh. Okay, this time the A-Rubble aggression actually works from foot. They get a kill with the nade right at the beginning, and then CNED hits a nasty good shot. Just swinging on a guy at Rubble. So they win the round. Oh, by the way. By the way, they went back to the old wall. So they gave up on their previous wall, which was actually hurting them when they fought Rubble, and then they fight Rubble and they win. I'm not saying the wall was the big problem, but I don't think the wall was helping. It's not just that Demon 1 is low sense, it's that he has an extremely controlled, precise way of aiming that's very, like... I feel like if he was double blast packing all over the place and, you know, playing aggro like Raze players often do, I feel like it would be uncomfortable for the way that he normally plays. Like, he normally just holds positions extremely well, looks for picks in a kind of like... I'm not going to say passive manner, because he's getting posted on aggressive angles, but he's not fucking updraft dashing into people like something. You know? He's not that kind of jet. He's like... You know, on Ascent, he's like, get me into market, and I will try to fight on every angle, and if someone peeks into me, I will own them. And he just takes more and more and more space on the map until someone inevitably has to peek into him, and then he owns them. And I feel like that would be weird for Raze. That'd be a weird style for a Raze player to have. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just thinking it would be a bit weird. And we've also never seen it. 3v3 with Viper's Pit on site. CNED's in a good position, though. Alright, so there goes the pit dropped. Plant's going to get denied. 10-2? Possibly? Runner has to reload. 1v3, just to absolutely crush the foot mental.
It was attempted by Safe earlier. It will now be attempted by the duelist, the youngster.
What if he plays like Aspas Raze? But I think Aspas is much more of a movement-based player than Demon 1. Even on Jet, Aspas is way more movement-based than Demon 1 is. Alright, 10-2. Zipan plays that kind of raise? He does a little bit, actually, yeah. Zipan plays a bit more of the, like, slower, methodical raise.
If you cast your gaze back, you'll know that it almost happened on Ascent as well.
And he's got really clean aim. Not as clean as Demon 1. Demon 1's is ridiculous, but Zipan's is pretty damn clean. Forget about raise, they don't have a Viper player? Yeah, that's also going to be... Someone's going to have to pick up Viper. But they've got a few players that I would trust to pick up Viper. Like, I think Ethan or Crashies would be fine picking up Viper. And I would not be mad about... Like, I wouldn't be... I think Demon 1 could play Viper as well, actually. And I really wouldn't have a problem with that. Crashies played Viper. Did he play a lot of Viper? I thought he was playing mostly Sky back in the previous meta. I can't remember seeing Crashies play very much Viper. I thought he had played it a little bit, but... What's he played? He's played 8 maps ever of Viper, which I assume almost all of those are somewhat recent. But I can't remember exactly when he would do it. Because he was mostly playing Sky, wasn't he? Can anyone remember better than me when he was playing it? On Split. Ah, on Split. Who was playing Initiator then? Is that... Oh, is that when Finesse was playing Initiator at the beginning of the year? When Finesse wanted to play Initiator to call, and so they swapped Crashies to Viper. Yes, okay, I remember that now. Now, that didn't look good for NRG, but that was... I don't think it was because Crashies was bad at Viper, from what I can remember. But anyway, I don't think them not having a Viper player is going to be a big deal. I suppose we should probably pay attention to the pistol just in case Foot win it and get something started, but 10-2 comeback seems pretty difficult. It's an attack-sided map, but with a KO? Is it an attack-sided map? Oh my god, oh my god. Good awareness from Runner, because the rest of his team had no clue that Yedajay was in the corner.
Vitality winning this pistol is basically the end of the game. Foot need to win it.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It's do or die for them. Low HP on Captain.
So we're going to see a retake here. Destrian has Paranoia, Kix has a Flash, you've got Nade, Boombot, really good retake tools for a pistol round.
At least they've got side control, and it seems like Cena fancies to play aggressive. Guiding light met.
They want to fight these guys in CT with the KO Flash, getting good value out the KO Flash. Oh, that nade is disgustingly good. Nice little Paranoia nade combo. Kix covers Runner's back, just like Runner covered his earlier on in the round. And that's it. That's a GG. That's a GG. Well, this VOD review is not getting uploaded to YouTube. What is Foot's win condition through this comeback? There is an enormous power outage in the Convergence arena. And when they restart the lobby, Foot gaslight everybody into believing that Krax was on Sky the entire time. Vitality then take their foot off the gas thinking that they've won. And Foot start popping off. Vitality realize too late that they've allowed Foot to come back into the game, and Foot have big ultimates, and they win. That's the win con. Foot came back like 11-1 against Vitality in the VRL finals of 2022. Well, that's relevant. I mean, the force buy here is working fairly well. Good double face from Runner and Sender. Runner and Safe. All right. And Foot playing aggro. They save 2 Bulldogs. Okay. Vitality are going to have to take an eco. That looks like King.
I can't help but think that for Vitality, they've already done enough. For Foot's here. The buy's good.
That really looked like King.
But they're going to have to go 10 rounds now.
11 is all they get. I don't think so. I mean, I think this is going to be 11-4, but I don't think... It's not the 11-3 comeback. Don't even say it. Don't even... It's not an 11-3 comeback. Vitality wins this eco, I'm calling it. Nah. They might win an eco later on, but it's not going to be this one. The eco wins always come, like, after the comeback looks real. It's like, oh, the comeback might be actually happening, and then they lose an anti-eco.
I quite like how they're setting up the win condition for this 15th round here, and that's
Where do you think Zest and RB would fit? Good question. I mean, if one of the Chinese teams was looking to revamp their roster, they could pick up Zest and have Zest try to IGL in English, maybe? I'm not sure what Zest's English skills are like. But that would be interesting if that opportunity is available. But otherwise, you're looking towards the other APAC teams that are looking pretty weak. I mean, DFM was what we were talking about on Plat Chat as being a funny possibility. But I think there's some other squads too. I think Gen G would benefit from picking up RB. Maybe not RB and Zest, because honestly, Lakia didn't look too bad in their most recent game. But Lakia has not played as well as those guys historically. But if they really feel like Lakia has shown a lot of promise in trials or something like that, I still feel like signing RB would be pretty good. And then, where else? We've got... Dude, it's difficult to remember all the rosters off the top of my head. I'm not also sure on RB and Zest's English skills, which makes it difficult to recommend teams that they would actually join. Global would be an obvious one, because I think Global have some players where they could upgrade by adding RB or Zest.
They're going to attempt to do it just now because Vitality's still playing fairly close to the street position.
Yeah, I mean, apart from DFM, Gen G, and Global, it's kind of difficult to say who else. Could T1 make another roster move and upgrade? I don't think that would be a sensible idea. It's so late in the offseason. Like, if this roster move had happened a lot earlier in the offseason, then there would be plenty of places that RB, Zest, and King could go. But because it's so late, and most teams have already finalized their rosters, and a lot of the teams communicate in English, it's pretty difficult to come up with really sensible places for them to go. RRQ or Talon? I don't feel like RRQ have got a bad roster, though. They could upgrade RRQ, yeah. Yeah, I think they could upgrade RRQ. Getting RB and Zest on the team instead of, like, Estrella and Flipsider, maybe, or something. But I don't know. Maybe I don't even know what the main roster is going to be for RRQ, to be honest with you. If is Elmimore going to IGL or something? I thought someone said that recently, but maybe it's still Zephyro IGLing. This comeback is happening, by the way. It's not. It really isn't. It really isn't. It's not happening. It's not happening. I think what's more likely to actually happen is that a tier 2 team picks up Zest and RB, because DRX will partner with some kind of tier 2 team and offer them a really good rate to sign DRX and to sign Zest and RB. And if they sign both of those players, they'll probably be in a good position to try to win Ascension. And that's just so valuable for a tier 2 team this year.
can't help but think that for Vitality.
I don't know which team it'll be. It'll probably be whichever DRX want to partner with. But it gives DRX a really, really powerful negotiating tool to partner with any tier 2 team they want. If they're like, hey, you can use Zest and RB if we partner with you. It is criminal. It is criminal. Especially RB. Especially RB. I think that guy is so valuable to so many teams because of his insane flexibility. But Zest also has IGLing experience, which there's plenty of teams that could make upgrades for their IGL. Oh, the eco round? The eco round that was promised? Runner has ult here as well. Oh my god, okay, Runner died to the ult. Never mind. That's looked like it could have been a reality there. But now I don't believe anymore. Zest's Viper's fantastic. And Zest is also a really flexible player. Zest can play smokes, Zest can play initiators, Zest can play Viper. Zest has IGLing experience. Zest's fragging has been good in some tier 1 tournaments. Not all tier 1 tournaments. Zest has had some weak fragging performances as well before. But in terms of a player that plays his utility pretty perfectly, plays anything you would want him to play, I mean, Destrian would have to win this with a Sheriff and a Bucky. He would have died to the turret there. Even if Mr. Fallen hadn't swung, the turret would have killed him.
That was very expensive, but I think if you're first,
so, yeah.
expense doesn't matter, it's rounds. So long as they are adding
it's
to their number, so long as
yeah. Zest is a very good player as well.
Pay whatever cost it takes. However, you want to know what cost.
Yeah, RB and Zest are definitely tier 1 players. But there's plenty of tier 1 players that are not going to be playing in tier 1. Yeah, we were talking about it on Plat Chat a little bit, but it's RB, Zest, King, Zeta. Well, it depends who ends up missing out from EG, potentially. Well, actually, they'd probably still be playing on tier 1. It's just that some of them might be in shitty teams. But then you've also got, yeah, either Stu or Yeoman, if they win Ascension, is going to end up having to get benched. Finesse and Som, absolutely. Both tier 1 players, of course. Kiwi getting put down into Fireflux at tier 2. Yeah. Kiwi's definitely tier 1 capable.
Set up, ready from foot to hit this A site. Utility deployed, but the set piece is
Jing. Well, Jing's a little different because it's military service, but yes, Jing. Jing is not playing tier 2 though. Screaming Navera? Yeah, Screaming Navera is... It's sad that those guys haven't been able to overcome their issues to look good enough to a tier 1 team. They could play tier 1. Now, they kind of made their own bed a little bit compared to the others that we're discussing, but it is still a pity. Kicks inside the smoke here. Could be devastating if he tries to reflash back into tree. Oh my god. They've managed to push up through stairs. Wow, Yediche kills both of them. Kicks doesn't flash into tree. Guys, this comeback might be happening. Vitality didn't cover the stairs push. Anytime a team on attack gets value out of the stairs push, it makes me mauled. And then also, Kicks is hiding inside the smoke. As a teammate here, they could flash and reclear tree and then play retake from tree. Destrian could be trying to play, you know, to control this so that he could then have heaven and they could retake from both of these angles. Are they just... Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh my god.
All right, this though, now that I believe that the comeback is real, Vitality are going to win the next round on the Eco.
The matter is, Vitality, it's not only one round they need, it's 2.
Yeah.
Vitality are going to win this next round. I don't know what happened at the end of the round there. I don't know whether they got the rifles out of their hands. We just swapped off right as Foot was trying to get rid of the rifles.
And now as we go into our next 7 for Foot. Pavlos, this is getting real close.
They all died. I mean, the Foot guys were fist bumping, but I don't know. Tack timeout by Vitality, but I don't know what they have to work with.
Maybe should have.
Yeah, definitely should have.
This is the Vitality round win coming up right here. It's an eco round, but maybe they have some rifles to work with, depending on if any of them survived at the end of that previous round. We didn't get to see it. And they also still have Runner's Showstopper. They win this round. Would you consider yourself a foot guy? No, I don't think so. I'm more of a BBL guy.
It's a horrible position to be in, Pavlos. And I think for Vitality now,
Don't harm me.
at what point do these words go from sort of words of encouragement to stern talking?
That was a good joke.
Close out a map. Especially considering this is the third time in 3 maps where Vitality have...
All right. So Vitality did manage to keep the operator here and a Vandal.
Plan on reviewing KC Heretics show match?
Do I plan on reviewing the Comic Con Heretic show match? I've actually already done it, you want my dude. You can find it on my Twitch highlights. Thank you for the 4 months. Runner gets a kill, but because he got traded, there is no opportunity for him to win the round with the showstopper. Foot could try to jiggle, sorry, not jiggle, juggle. Foot could try to juggle away this operator. Yeah, and they do. So they throw it out into C.
The operator to the other side of Switch just to make sure that Vitality aren't going to be able to retrieve it when Foot's turn and hit this.
Sender could still win this with a snakebite and a stinger. This is still very winnable. Oh, Destrian gets punished. Snakebite. Throw the snakebite, bro. Oh, CNED got a really nice... Even though CNED does not look comfortable with his raise movement, he's got a good idea of how to punish that from Sender.
They need something to restore their confidence.
They could try to send Seekers here and still win this round.
The oldest and youngest all together. Foot all across the site.
Ada Captain kills both of them, though. All right. I guaranteed the round win there for Vitality, and I lied. I fucking lied. Plug the VOD channel, you pillock. It's on the Sideshow VODs. It is on the Sideshow VODs channel as well, yeah.
3 rounds of difference. Whoa, that's practically micromillimetric when you consider the 10-0.
Micromillimetric. What a word.
But it seems like everything is clicked for Foot. Bear in mind, CNED now popping off, firing on all cylinders.
All right, Vitality have so many ultimates. They're going to pit at the start of this round. Nobody's playing with Sender. So Sender's going to get pushed back inside the pit. They put down the alarm bot there as well.
Little does he know, he may have actually stopped a full-on assault landing on his bomb site there. Look, if there's a round Vitality should win, it's this one.
Destrian, don't push through. Oh my god, Destrian. Oh my god. Ah! I don't like the way that he played that. I would much prefer him to try to go for, like, jump peaks further back. But okay, he gets away with it. And they're up at 5v4. Kicks sees maybe one person there. God, CNED almost kills Sender. That is so good. Because the alarm bot didn't get broken, and they use Crack's ultimate to cancel the showstopper. Lovely plays here by Foot. They catch Runner in the corner. Safe only has a judge. He's not going to be able to do anything here. They've got to commit to the retake, and they only have a judge to retake with over towards C. They have to commit to this. You've got to throw the Seekers. You're not going to get a better opportunity. Especially now. Come on. Good trade by Kicks. Here comes Safe. Safe dies. Only Kicks in a 1v2. And CNED gets it. Oh my god. If Safe had had some kind of rifle, maybe that round could have been doable for them. But he just couldn't get anything going on the retake because he only had a judge. Fantastic counter, though, to Destrian's pit in that round. They go aggressive into it at the start, lay an alarm bot down, and then they're spamming both sides. They know that there's only 2 places that Destrian can be stood. Sorry, that Sender can be stood. And they spam, then they nade, and then as they're running away because of the nade, they have Mr. Fallen spamming from the other side. Fantastic way of countering that pit from Sender. All right, this is where Vitality win the eco round. This is where Vitality win the eco round.
Doesn't go their way for outsmarting, outplaying, outshooting.
Vitality should be able to defend C fairly well in these kind of rounds. Because there's just no dog to apply pressure to the person on site. Apart from a nade. You know, there's no C's, there's no Haunt, there's no Prowler, there's no dog. It should be somewhat easy for Vitality to defend C. But Foot are doing a decent job of trying to get rid of the Killjoy utility. Here they've reset.
Back to the A site, back to Destrian. A man who has had his successes against Foot this game, but in the second half, Destrian, like kicks, like
All right, they spot Destrian. Sorry, they spot Yeta. Boom bot. Oh, that might make Destrian feel like this is safe, and it certainly isn't. Destrian still has paranoia. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're both blind. They are both fucking blind. What is Mr. Fallen doing? What is Mr. Fallen doing? He's just giving away a gun. If CNED, sorry, can be killed here, Vitality might be cooking. CNED's just going to hide with this. Oof. Oof. Oof.
This seems personal. Foot. A statement.
Chat, the comeback isn't happening.
You find a 10-round streak.
Chat, this comeback
An 11-round streak.
isn't happening. An 11-round streak?
What in the comeback
Is that what this is?
You can see that at the Foot HQ, the energy's there, the hype's there, and for good reason.
This isn't an 11-round streak, though, from Foot, is it? Am I going mad? They're only up 10 rounds. Okay, anyway. Right, so they've got the Killjoy utility over towards B this round, anticipating a B hit. Captain trying to build up a little bit towards the pit, but he's not going to have it available. Snakebite to put a little bit of pressure here over towards C. They've got to expect the Killjoy utility still to be here, though. So Foot have got to be a little worried about hitting C. It is open, but they don't know that. Ooh, safeguard die. He's got lockdown. Adverts? Oh, my bad. It's all right. The ads will be over. Destrian trying to anchor here. Big kill by Runner. They don't realize Mr. Fallen's already through. Oh, God. Vitality's hold over here, aggressive on A, just constantly looks bad. It always looks bad. They don't realize that Foot can just walk in with these Viper-like setups. Okay, this is where Sender, holding the off angle, has got to get value, and Captain just entries. Okay, Safe needs to take control of Waterfall and ult to retake. Captain's really deep. Kicks has got to be wary of it. Okay. Kicks has spotted a player, but he takes a lot of value. Safe is dead. Lockdown's gone. It's over. This comeback is real. 11-11. The comeback is real. Delighted Moth, thank you for the prime. The comeback is real. I said it was a 10-2 half. Vitality won the pistol, didn't they?
But with this round win, they'll be finding the equalizer.
And I said, this VOD review isn't going on YouTube. What the hell?
Why this is their clay, Pavlos. I don't want to let Vitality save at all, do they? Kicks finds one, but Cracks is able to shut it down. It's more important.
Oh, okay.
Might be able to survive, but the comeback can officially be
Why do we keep going off the screen so that we don't know if they've kept guns before? Stop showing me the reaction before I know whether or not they've been denied the rifles. Floritus, thank you for the prime.
hope something changes. Hope desperately that someone out of the 5...
Vitality have lost over 15 man advantage rounds, by the way, in the last two maps. That's crazy. That is crazy.
That's true.
Foot really have been able to win so many of the important duels. Like, for example, there, Vitality have got themselves in a winning position, and all they need to do is avoid Ada Captain walking into C and killing Sender. And that's exactly what happens, and suddenly the round is lost for Vitality. The impact kills being found so regularly by Foot. Oshi Fudge, thank you for the Prime. Did Vitality throw or did Foot step up? Well, I think Foot are playing the map quite nicely, but I think Vitality have got one thing that's absolutely crushing them right now, which is that when Vitality take control of Rubble, they have somebody jump spotting it here, and they just... It's so easy for Foot to get back in. All Foot do is pop the Viper util. They don't use a dog or a flash or anything like that, and Vitality just can't hold on to it. Runner's going to try and skill this, but Foot hold on to it. Foot are going to have rifles, no weapons here. These guys are not going to be able to buy. I can't believe Foot have won this map. I can't believe Foot have won this map. This exact scoreline happened to them versus Team Liquid. Yeah, because their comp is shite. They shouldn't be able to take map control on this map on the attack side because they don't have the Sky utility. But Vitality's defense over towards A when they push up is so poor that Foot are just being able to walk back in. So they're not getting punished for the fact that they don't have a Sky on the attack side. God damn.
From 8-1.
Crazy.
We go to Lotus. 10.
Vitality are gonna look like such chokers if they lose this grand final. Up massively on Sunset and they lose. Up massively on Lotus. And they lose 10 rounds in a row. Possibly 11 rounds in a row. I mean, look, the weaponry is so shit.
But the map has put once again set up for this C-take. Once again.
What was the Sunset comeback score? They came back from 7-0, and I think it was like 8-2, 8-4, and then it was like 8-6. Like, it wasn't a ridiculous streaky comeback like this one is. Ada Captain dies. There's no way we're going to overtime. Just don't go to overtime. Just no. No. All right. Foot have been able to get back into A previously. Ooh, Yedajay going for the deep ult. Now, Yedajay's Omen was a massive problem last time we watched Foot play this map as well. But today he's been playing a lot better. Kix got blinded. Kix has got to be worried about where Yedajay is. Oh my god, they've sold this fake just based on Yetajay's pressure. They are all rotating off C. This is going to be so dangerous because Mr. Fallen could easily get a kill. Mr. Fallen? Yep, he kills Runner. Runner doesn't realize that someone's that deep. Yedajay gets a kill as well. Falling to pieces. What a cool idea from Foot. Mr. Fallen throughout this entire series has been so aggressive at taking space that Vitality give up. What a tragedy for Vitality. I'm so boomed. I am so boomed. I'm so boomed. I can't believe that. when it was 11-3 and you guys were spamming 11-3 comeback, aware? There's just no way. However, I said that I thought the only way that Foot were going to be able to come back in this game, well, I mean, I made the joke about them moving over to Sky, but I said the only way that they were going to be able to win this map was if they individually popped off. I don't think that's what happened. I don't think they individually outskilled Vitality to win that map. I think that they somehow got away without running the Sky by still being able to take map control everywhere they wanted. And then Mr. Fallen's mid-rounding was really good. They had the round where they countered Sender's Pit on B. That was awesome calling by Mr. Fallen. That final round, awesome calling by Mr. Fallen. My problem with it is that I don't think Mr. Fallen should have been able to call like that, because I think it should have been too difficult for them to take map control without the Sky. And Vitality weren't able to control Mound. They lost every time they tried to fight for Mound control. They weren't able to keep control of Rubble. They were able to take control of Rubble at the beginning of the round, but then when they had like Destrian jump spotting that little angle, all it took was the Viper utility going up, and they lost control completely of Rubble. And Vitality were never able to come up with the answer for how to stop Mr. Fallen just deciding they wanted to retake A. I think retaking A should be quite difficult there. And it just never seemed difficult. So, Foot absolutely making me eat my words, but I don't think it's because the comp was good. I'm still going to die on the hill of Foot's comp being bad on Lotus. But I think the calling ended up being significantly better, and I think we saw a bit of Vitality choke coming through as well. They had plenty of opportunities to win on that map. Plenty of times where one player could have stepped up and made a hero play, and they just couldn't find it. Ay, ay, ay. Tragic, to be honest. Vitality are going to look like enormous chokers if they lose this series now. And we've never seen Vitality play on Haven or Split with this roster, so we don't know how good they are. It might just be that they're bad on Haven and Split. You know, they might not choke the final two maps. It might just be that they're bad. But if they lose now badly on Haven or Split, people are going to say that it's because they got boomed on Lotus. Even if they continue being bad on Haven or Split for the future. But this is going to be a difficult series to win. That has got to affect your mental. Yeah, that's a killer. That is a killer. KO is good against Viper Killjoy. Makes sense to run him instead of Sky. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Please, please, let's not say just because Foot won 13-11 that the KO was a goated comp pick. Please, let's not rewrite all of our logic and understanding of the game to try to come up with reasons why the KO actually won Foot that map. Let's not do that. Let's not twist ourselves into the mental gymnastics necessary to do that. We don't need to. We don't need to. Oh. But, yeah, I think the calling there ended up working really nicely for Foot. And their players found some sick plays too. I don't think it was just the individual plays, but like, for example, Ada Captain being able to win that duel on Sender over towards C in like, I don't even know what round that was, like round 20, round 21, something like that. That was just such a monumentally good individual kill to find that completely opened up the C site. And Mr. Fallen as well, being able to push forward into CT on that final round and take up all the space after Yeda J ulted to pull people over to the other side of the map. Vitality looked scared of losing and lost. God damn. God damn. do you like this meta, the Sky meta? No, I think Sky needs to be nerfed. It would be nice if Sky wasn't just the best initiator on every map. That would be cool. All right, I'm going to go and get a snack because I'm quite hungry. It's 12 o'clock. I had some breakfast, but now I need some lunch. And I'll unmute so that you guys can hear what the analyst desk and stuff are saying, and I'll be back in a bit. Bye. I'm going to run an advert for you guys. Well, actually, when I come back, I need to remember to run adverts before the map starts so that you guys don't get them in the middle of the map.
We're dictating the flow, and Vitality were like, okay, you know what? You say what we do, and we'll just do it.
Yeah, and an effort by committee as well for Foot, right? CNED finally getting activated in towards this map. He'll be topping out this scoreboard. It's going to be the MVP for Mr. Farland, though, and I think it's well warranted as well. Being on the IGL, the calling would have had to be phenomenal to make a comeback like that, to keep the team level-headed. And I mean, when you contribute the fact that Krax is running 18 assists, Yedej is getting 12 assists, all of the flashes, all of the information, the pushing, the pulling, the snowball effect. I mean, look at the rounds in a row. They speak for themselves. Yeah. Foot have just done a masterclass on attack on this map.
Yeah, and I'm actually really worried now for Vitality. I'm pretty sure right now, if you go ask Mr. Fallon, he's gonna say, yeah, you know what? Next map, 12 zeros, and we're gonna come back even from that.
Honestly, it's really a case of it's not over until Ponky sings. Ponky, we miss you if you're watching. But coming into this game, I think that it's a lot of questions coming through here. Like when it comes to the undefeated, like this tournament, undefeated, not dropping a single map for Vitality. Everything seems so one-sided in their favor. Suddenly Foot come up here, they're just making them work for this grand finals, and it's starting to shake. In that situation, when you have an undefeated team running in that tournament, and then suddenly when the grand final happens and they start to shake, what goes through your mind?
I mean, a different competition, right? In these two groups, it's the format. It plays a little bit into it as well. Foot had weaknesses showcased by the likes of True Rippers as well, the likes of Gen G. I mean, we're about to go into a map that Gen G made Foot look like they're not even playing the game, right? In the 13-4 scoreline at the end. But you come in towards this one, the research, the preparation, there's more weight on what this actually means as well. It's grand finals, to get the prize, it's to, you know, have the fans behind you. I mean, CNED is...
a crowd favorite.
A crowd favorite.
It would be an understatement to say he's a crowd favorite, especially after every kill he gets. There is a huge burst of, you know, pride over here. And let's have a comparison between the two players that, you know, we've got, who are the front runners for both these teams. Safe, of course, he had a great first half, you know, individually, making those C lurks count for so much. Multi-kill rounds every now and then. But on the defensive half, he just shut down. And CNED was, I believe, on 4 kills or 5 kills in the first half. And the second half, clearly, he's bumped up and said, you know what, I'm going to do one better and go straight up on the leaderboard, right to the top.
It's very interesting because whenever you hear, or see CNED not activated, the crowd just starts chanting his name as they're trying to help him just find the energy. Yeah. But coming into Save, I think for Save, you try to see, I think he's doing so good on what he does. Those lurks, those pick-offs, it's great. But in the situation, again, what Kramer said, when CNED is activated, they will just lead them to victory. How do you stop that rampage, that stampede?
How do you stop the rampage of CNED? I don't honestly know if you can. I mean, we look onto what Cloud9 did recently against Foot. They couldn't stop CNED when it came onto this map. And the history as well, Cloud9 ran the same composition of agents that Vitality did. So it's not like this was an unexpected experience of a map for the team of Foot. You can draw a lot of comparisons. You can learn a lot from how a team like Cloud9 will be playing it, or the research in that one. If you're looking at, you know, plays on C-Mount, you're looking at specific agents to take it. You're looking at your combinations of, is a Skybird going in? Are you looking for a Paranoia? Is Runner just going to try and take Angels? You know, with the history, you've already had the experiences on how to counter that. And we saw it with the way that Foot were doing it with their own retaliations of going together as a unit, putting in a little bit of utility and just making sure our guns work.
Yeah, and I think it's really poetic when you think about it. The first map looks very, very strong from the side of Vitality, and then map 2, map 3, the first half looks very strong, and then toward the end, as we see Foot start to come online. The question is whether, again, bringing back, whether it's choking, whether it's low stamina, or is Foot the type of team that activates pretty late? They take time to really understand how exactly to play against a team. Now, as we go into Haven, we've seen some very, very strong rounds, some very, very strong maps from Vitality, but what can we expect from Foot here? Are we going to be seeing another late charge up from the team?
I would say that, yeah, you know, after watching the last two maps, that Foot clearly have a giant, you know, foot ahead of Vitality at this point, especially given the fact, especially because of the fact that I came into this, you know, best of 5, expecting that Foot are going to have troubles on Lotus and Haven, and they've clearly proven me wrong on one of those maps. It's time for the other.
I wouldn't call it a foot ahead, I would call it a leap and bound at this point in time.
Wow.
13-11, the miraculous comeback in there. We're going in towards Haven, where, I mean, Foot have played this twice already in this tournament. It's an unknown quantity as far as Vitality are concerned. We don't actually know what it's going to look like for them.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about mental. I think that mental plays a lot of, I would say, a big role here.
Yeah.
So coming into this particular game, we have been seeing a lot of games of streaks in the last 2 maps. How do you come back when you are losing so many rounds in a row?
I think this has to depend on the coach, right? I'm pretty sure that, you know, Salah definitely has gotten some words in for the team. Also because of the fact that they were 10-2 up, and that's exactly a sweet spot where, you know, you would establish a dominance in a way that your coach is going to feel, all right, you know what? We're going to let them do their thing. I'm going to let these boys...
Beth is just having a packet of Doritos for lunch.
The timeout that came in from Vitality should have been a lot more effective.
Yes, I'm publicly outing her.
Innovation of this round, right? They didn't actually do still playing that reactive game.
I'm having a cheese sandwich.
The C mound was a bit of an
Isomic, thank you for the prime.
They didn't really try to pinch Foot into.
And what have you cheered with? You gave me 40 bits to look at this Foot tweet, huh? Any advice at Fnatic? Oh my god. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing Haven and Split. I really hope Vitality are able to win on Haven, because I want to see Split. I want to see what roles Vitality are playing on both of the maps. I think it's entirely possible that they might be running the Viper composition on Haven, or we might just see both teams running some kind of like Breach Silver Mirror. What in the hell are you talking about? While I was away, where the hell did you want to...
I mean, I'm probably looking for just a lot of sheer aggression, because that's what's been working.
How the hell did you get on the topic of talking about Henry Kissinger?
They have really good execution, I think really good timing as well. They're very, very patient. They really take the time to really find out information. Again, what you said, the reactive game.
Who the fuck is... RJ, why are you having a dream about Henry Kissinger?
Vitality, I think might be what's going through my mind right now, that this is going to be Vitality's first ever trophy. And when you see that finishing line so close, what goes through your mind? You start
That's
to get
bizarre.
a little bit too greedy, and then it's all just crashing down. How do you come back from that? That's
You were
something
killing
I'm
him over and over?
but
What?
Again, we have seen what
I don't think I've ever had a dream about
now my question is, what does
a
Vitality
public
have
figure
as a
before.
counterplay on how exactly they want to work into their executions?
I mean,
Yeah, the pottery throwdown is pretty good, yeah.
Destrian getting out the Viper, potentially we get that again coming in towards Haven right now. You get Sender back on an Omen, safe on towards a Killjoy. Runner can go Jet or Raze, depending, and Kicks could also go Sova or
Yeah, I think that would make the most sense, Rose. Having safe on Cypher with that composition. But we'll see. Didn't you have a dream about Bren? Bren is not a public figure to me. Bren is a friend.
You have to make Foot respect you coming in towards this map, because if Foot aren't going to respect you, they're going to walk all over you.
Yeah, that seems like quite a stretch at this point, because Vitality's mental
What is this?
as strong, if not stronger, than what Foot right now have. Because Yeruj, he's the new recruit, but that guy's
What the
owning
fuck?
his crowd.
Wakey, Team Vitality. This was after they pulled off the comeback. They've just got a fucking bee giving them the eyes. T-Rex Dinosaur Tricycle Bike Sale. Yeah, I think she probably would be interested in that. I'm not going to open it on stream, but yeah, I'm going to. I think she probably would be.
I'm actually concerned if Vitality can actually, you know, stop depending on Runner this much, because in the first half, he was pretty good. Second half, he became quiet, and Vitality, they dipped.
Vitality's just a very different team to last year, though, Solimari. I don't think they'll play double duelist again.
Are you going to be Vitality's, or are you going to
maybe.
go straight into the lap of Foot? Let's see after this.
They
break.
could.
After that, Kramer Pavlos, you guys are out.
But I think the Cypher Viper composition is better, and that seems to fit with what they've been running on most of the other maps.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
I love being nimble and focused.
Lavish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
God, what a devastating map for Vitality. Just imagine what they're doing at the moment. Try and put yourself inside their little room right now, live in India. Trying to big each other up, shake it off, move on to the next map. All while emotionally angry at themselves for how they let that one slip away from them. Is Harbor Viper not relevant anymore? What happened to it? A lot of people like the flexibility of the Viper Omen a bit more.
And after that, what do you say, right? And after that, how do you come back from it? I think so many questions have been raised right now, and I think for Vitality to show us why these young guys can bounce.
What's in the sandwich?
Yeah,
A beetroot habanero chutney with some cheddar cheese.
And if Lotus was anything to go by, then this is going to be a hell of a map. Having seen the last two, I'm expecting a 5-map series, I think. I think Vitality now get their acts together. I think now they sort of set themselves up to just close out that lead.
Pearl Harbor Viper was pretty
and then we go to a
pretty rough to watch.
Go to our final map. That being said, though, Pavlos,
It was fun watching the minimap.
also looking pretty damn good right now.
Yeah. One map to close it all out.
So they are running the Viper. So Vitality are running Destrian Viper and Sender on Omen. So they just keep swapping between the two of them, who's playing the Viper and who's playing the Omen. I don't know why. I don't really understand that.
They themselves have switched.
A lot of this is just going to come down to whether
I actually don't mind.
they play the Viper well
Especially after the
or
runs
not.
he's recently had. I think he has a little bit more impact than he maybe used to. Now as we get into our game, Pavlos, I mean, the question is going to be, can Vitality establish a lead? And then, can Vitality hold that lead? Because 3 maps in a row now, we've seen comebacks, Pavlos. As we go into our 4th map, I can't help but think it may very well be some of the same.
It may well be the same. It may be the
All right,
start
so they're
of
playing the
dominance
Viper
from
Omen,
Foot.
starting on
It
attack.
may be Vitality finally waking up and figuring out how on earth do you win defense.
Turret
How
looking
on
over
earth
towards
do you win
here.
defense? Luckily for
They're
them,
walking
they don't
down
have to worry
C.
about this just yet.
Yeta J
They have to
immediately
worry about the
deletes
bullet
safe.
lodged in his cranium
Just
as
absolutely
Yeta J opens with a
deletes
switch
safe.
and
Yeta J on defense side buying Sheriff. Chad pistol round strat from Foot.
Confidence in holding off that left-hand side. Although Cena is holding out on A all by himself, so Vitality figure that one out. Potentially, we're maybe looking at quite of a change of events. But instead, Vitality look to continue on C, and Yeta J has to be spotted, it has to drop back, but at least he's got assistance.
At least he has assistance. He does fall back. 3-man setup.
Destrian trying to find a load timing onto CNED here.
A man down. What do you hope to do getting onto these sites? Bearing in mind that this duel between Destrian and CNED, the longer it goes on for, the faster
CNED's
the rotation,
used his
the more
dash,
rotation is gonna come
which is a
through
bit weird.
here.
Wouldn't
Smokes deployed.
have expected that.
40 seconds left, 35 by the time the execution
Drops
comes
down
through.
into sight.
CNED's got a call to action.
He's at least got help now. Is that a
Does kill
couple of
Destrian.
back of the site, but CNED is the only one for Foot to find the kills. Interestingly enough,
The smoke as well from Ada Captain. Just the default one over towards short instead of giving CNED a smoke on sight to play around.
Just demand, Pavlos. They insist. They goad. They challenge Foot into trying to retake here.
Runner looking at the right direction. Mr. Falling swings, but it's a crowd line.
Uh-oh.
Yeta J is quick to win.
Uh-oh.
Yeta J, the prodigy, shows Vitality how it's done.
You could see that
3v2 up in the post plant, losing it.
On the young player.
That's not a good start for Vitality's mental, especially when 3 kills were killed by Yeta J.
how that round went for him.
Defense Killjoy, buying a Sheriff, killing 3. Uh-oh.
Every player to even get to this 4th map was considered a milestone. The fact that they're getting to this 4th map whilst in the lead is even more surprising.
I just tuned in. How have the teams been looking the last few maps? How do I even describe what's been going on? Vitality have been getting into really good winning positions, and then they can't close things out.
Don't be too harsh, they're still kids, man.
Sometimes in the rounds, sometimes in the maps. They look like they've got really good ideas, but the details are escaping them, and Foot are finding holes in what they're doing. Foot's attack side calling has looked pretty good from Mr. Fallen as well.
I can't help but think that if they can establish a lead here, I would challenge if Vitality can even come back from it, just on pure momentum alone. From Lotus going into Haven. We're on Vitality's map pick, Pavlos. They want to be here. They've got to get off to a good start.
Well, Mr. Fallen chunked down, hindering his confidence. I like that it's kicks this time on the Marshal.
They're sort of spreading out who gets to go with it, aren't they?
Yeah. Fairly dip placement there from Sender, so it might allow an immediate take over C. But again, you're dealing with pistols. And actually, there is a Hero Vandal onto Sender, Teenage. So it's not just Bulldogs and SMG. The flash is so good, in fact, but not good enough, apparently. The captain picks up runner, and with 25 seconds on the clock, Foot have made their way here. They thought it was a fake, though, as they do keep to the A site. But they've got it all covered. Don't lose a single player.
Yediche is going to be starting to get up to an early lockdown here. Not in this next round, but somewhat soon.
Their saving grace going between maps has been the fact that they've won the pistol rounds. That's given them their early momentum. It's taken Foot a while to sort of re-establish control. Foot's now, having won the pistol, strong off the bat. Up against the full buy of Vitality now. A win here may very well be the start of a win in the series.
All right. So Foot look like they want to walk down mid on the bonus round.
In the previous 2 maps.
Most of Vitality starting from a headshot box. The flash.
So maybe, you know,
to try to push people back and get info. They double face. Nice idea from Vitality. Counter with the fault line. Kicks comes to cover. Good teamwork there from Vitality.
Really strong actually from Kicks there to come and support his team, recognizing the fact that there is going to be a fairly fast push into the Captain. A lot of
stun, and they get punished, but Mr. Fallen and Cracks are going to still try to fight mid. And this is the problem. Vitality have done really, really well in terms of dealing with everything that Foot do. And then last-ditch effort, Mr. Fallen and Cracks just peek out, and Cracks kills too. Again, Vitality get themselves into a nice spot, and they're going to lose the round. It's like if Foot just keep throwing enough shit at the wall, eventually it gets through.
But Foot are stacking up.
Sender's got to step up here. The Lithuanian needs to really put a stop to Foot's efforts, or else it could all crumble very quickly. If you're mentally drained,
oh, it's just another insane round from Cracks. It's another ridiculous round from Cracks.
The game was afoot, Pavlos. Can we even call it?
It's so difficult to criticize Vitality even, because I like everything that they did there. I like the way that they pulled people in to make sure that they were supporting each other in mid. Runner perhaps was a little too far forwards, but Safe just doesn't quite kill Cracks when he probably should. And suddenly it just all falls to pieces.
Vitality back to an eco. This is crazy to me, because this seems like Foot and Vitality have switched roles.
Look how early the operator is for CNED as well. They want to get this defense ironed out as quick as possible.
Trying to punish Vitality there for getting some kind of peek into mid.
You don't need much to enthuse the crowd.
It is interesting to note as well that Vitality are running the Cypher with the Viper. So that's something that I didn't point out when we were first looking at the compositions, but that was what we were theory crafting about earlier, was, is the Cypher useful with this Viper Omen composition? Because most teams are going to just be running the Killjoy with it. So Vitality are going to be a little less good in the post plants, without the Killjoy mollies. But their information in mid is going to be easier to get because they can run this cam that looks down like this instead of having to put down the turret here or the turret here or something. Although, to be honest, against a team that isn't running the Viper, when Foot aren't running the Viper, the Killjoy would still get really good information over towards mid anyway.
7-1, null command already brought out for him. Things seem to be getting better, and
yeah, to be honest, against the Viperless Haven, the Cypher doesn't really seem to have that many advantages. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on Safe.
All right, Mr. Hindsight.
I began to doubt it myself, Pavlos.
Foot walking down, Mr. Falling gets the spam kill instantly onto Kicks. Foot have been spamming mid-window every round, and this time Kicks just puts his head right there. Safe has the trip to stop the C-flank from doing too much, but Ada Captain's positioning is quite nice. They go for the push-in, trying to get past the alarm bot. Yeta J kills another person. Foot have killed 2 without seeing anybody in this round. Oh, they're about to kill 3.
To me, it looks like Foot have got all the answers.
They double swing, but Yeta J rolls them. I mean, dude, it really can't be cleaner. 1 through the wall, 1 through the smoke, and then Yeta J kills a double swing. This just looks over. Because it's not like Vitality are doing the wrong things in terms of their game plan, but they're just getting whacked.
I don't think Foot are going to slow down. I think they're going to keep it going.
This is where Foot have an enormous advantage over Vitality in the mental department, in the experience department. Oh boy.
Very early timeout from Vitality as well. We saw in our previous map, they waited until sort of, I think it was 11 to 11, we saw that second timeout come in.
To be fair, they waited until they started losing rounds.
This is why Ascent won 2021 champions. Yeah, it kind of is. Get confidence, get momentum, play aggressive, have your opponents get scared and allow them to, like, just passively give up areas of the map, take it for free. God damn.
It's a matter of perseverance, isn't it? This entire match is really testing every single one of these players, not only skillfully but mentally, and I think mentally is the key aspect of it. Safe isn't the IGL, but he feels like the father of the group. Can he lead this team?
I don't think Safe is a big tilter. I think he's quite a direct person, but I don't think he's a tilter. I'm a bit new to Pro Valorant. Do people count 2021 champions as legit, or is it like Season 1 to 2 of League of Legends where people disregard it? It's still considered pretty legit, but over time, it'll probably end up being seen less and less. The biggest reason why people don't consider 2021 to be that legit is because an outside team won it. If one of the favorites had won in 2021, people would not consider it as fraudulent. But people just like to talk about it because Ascent won. And it was a streaky win. But it doesn't mean the entire tournament was fraudulent. If Gambit had won after being the best team of the year, then people would be like, yeah, it's super valid.
And even though they expend some pieces of utility, no guiding lights available for them.
It's because Ascend were terrible and lucked out a win. See? The haters are everywhere. I agree it was a little fluky.
Not taking much space. They're not, and I mean, Foots aren't exactly punishing it either. They want to be fairly passive here. They want Vitality.
They did nothing ever after. They fucking boomed their team. They made roster changes as soon as they won.
But there's already a Killjoy setup in place to lay for this retake.
30 seconds left.
Through the smoke, a little bit of damage done, but now the lockdown ready to be almost instantly deployed, Pavlovs.
Didn't they make more than one roster move? I thought they moved more than one person. Was it only Kill Us for Monster that they changed? Anyway, let me pay attention to this. Foot are on the retake here, using huge ultimates.
that cloudburst does all that much. Allows the team to just
This is going to be really scrappy getting back in. Couple of kills through smokes. Tap on the spike. Kicks kills somebody who's trying to contest short. CNED cannot win this 1v4.
At least they can't peek it alone. They need to peek it from all corners.
A lot of discipline.
CNED falls and so did Foot.
All right. Vitality end up getting that round. I think mostly because they got some kills through the smokes on the people who were tapping the spike and got themselves into a player advantage. It might not have been that easy for them had they, you know, whiffed through the smoke, but yeah, pretty well dealt with. They didn't get caught by the lockdown or the breach ult. Just a very standard post plant where they play off site and spam.
Remember, they pulled out 3 of Foot's ults in that round and still were able to convert it. CNED one from a Blade Storm, Captain one from the shadows, but neither online as of yet as Vitality set up for another fairly fast mid-take.
So CNED's opping over towards C here. They smoke to take garage control. They break it. CNED picks up garage. So it really doesn't change too much here. CNED was posted down C long, and now he's posted garage. That's not a massive change for Foot on the defense side. Mr. Fallen needs to be pushed away from this area in order for Vitality to take space on A. And this cage should force Mr. Fallen to back off and watch short. He's going to pull at a captain towards A. I don't like this position as much. I prefer Mr. Fallen playing in short here. But he's just going to hope not to get cleared. They flash. Paranoia is countered. And they're going back into mid, but they don't realize that Yedaji is already pushed. Oh my god. Safe saw Yedaji. What? No, he hasn't seen him. Wait, what the hell? Oh my god, how does that end up going well for Vitality? Runner caught though. This is very rushed from Vitality. They still have 20 seconds. They can calm down a little bit. They don't need to rush these things. Oh my god, CNED. Good movement to escape. Kicks in backside. Unexpected. And CNED dies. It looked a bit rushed and a little bit sloppy from Vitality. You could see what they were going for, but they wanted to get the plant down instantly so that they couldn't have, like, for example, Mr. Fallen use the aftershock or, you know, have something like that putting pressure on them as they went for the plant. So they just tried to be as quick as possible, but I mean, Yedaji nearly got something in mid. They almost got punished on B as well. Ooh. They pinged him out though, didn't they? Didn't they ping out Yedaji? So I guess they were deliberately just dashing into mid to try to get the trade kill. Safe didn't want to open himself up to a connector. I'm Dak. Thank you. Or Daxk. I'm Daxk. I'm Dax K. Don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate it.
If this does remain neck and neck, if we do see comebacks established from either side, having fewer timeouts going into the latter stages of this map could be a bit of a risk.
Destrian looks like Sugetsu. I'm gonna call Destrian Longer Sugetsu from now on. He does look a little bit like a longer version of Sugetsu, yeah.
Taking on Furia. 2 maps in a row, they secured comebacks. This time, we see the exact same thing happen with Foot. What on earth is going on here in Convergence?
You could say that lightning strikes fast after the GE Furia game yesterday.
That is true. That is true. The thing is, will lightning strike a 3rd time?
CNED still opping, but this time over towards A long. Oh, CNED playing anti-flash, playing aggressive. Goes for another shot through the smoke, just to try and keep Vitality back. 3 players for A, 3 players for Foot, anchoring over towards A. Crack's getting ready to reflash CNED back onto an angle. But CNED isn't really close to try to get onto a deep position. Yedaji does not look like he's in a great spot here. I mean, he's just going to get seen by the dog, isn't he? I don't like Yedaji's spot. He backs off into garage. Runner manages to get the kill on Mr. Fallen, who pushes into backside. If Yedajay was playing logs or something there, Mr. Fallen might have actually had a second player to play off. Or if he's playing back plat or something like that. Back default. Retake's going to be difficult. They have no breach, and they have an op. And they're pushing into a Viper. Now, they're not pushing into nanoswarms. So this is where the Vitality comp looks a little weaker in the post plan. Paranoia catches onto 2. Good swing, though, from Safe and Sender to try to stop that from... Okay, unlucky for kicks. But, yeah, nice swing by Safe and Sender to make sure that those players at default didn't get punished for being blinded. Vitality are starting to come back into this. These rounds have been quite nice from them. The last 2 rounds have been all right.
You've just lost 3 ops in a row. Yes, you can bring out the Blade Storm now, but that economy will only take you so far. And as Vitality, a lot of these rounds have been converted without the need of ultimate.
CNED's going to use his knives this round, and he still has enough to be able to buy op for next. Some of the players aren't going to be able to buy. Like Yetajay is not going to be able to buy, but he could just go for a judge or something and play garage. So Foot managing their economy. Not a great cage there from Safe. It's got a gap down the side of it. But Foot is still respecting it. They're backing up.
Vitality feel more comfortable to hold hands.
Cage triggered.
We've got a conga lying in the main.
Oh, the cage didn't even get used. My bad. I thought he already popped it.
I don't think anyone to punish.
No one to punish at all. Yetajay, he was caught out last time on the execution. He's at risk of being caught out again.
Yetajay getting caught again because he's playing this like garage spot. Cracks tries to pop flash himself out and goes 1 for 1. Good trades from Vitality. And now they have Viper's Pit that they could go with.
Give him that space that easy, although he's holding onto his utility until the rest of his team arrives.
CNED trying to peek over the top of the Cypher cage here. Captain has a trip to worry about. Looks like a teleport past it.
Did Safe hear that?
For sure, Safe is going to play this angle safe.
Oh, Vitality pushing CT past their own Viper utility. They have a Viper post plant where they have snake bites and a molly, and they push in front of their own stuff to try to catch timings on the players retaking. That's risky. That's risky. That could have gone very wrong. Oh, Safe is definitely the Sentinel player. I don't know why he was saying he isn't the Sentinel player. He only plays KO on Ascent. Unless he's also gonna play something different on Split. But he just is the Sentinel player for this team.
That answers that indeed.
CNED, once again, the 4th operator of the...
Alright, so Vitality take aggressive A-long control at the very beginning of the round. Vitality were usually trying to contest them. And it looks like CNED are anticipating that they've rotated away. Unfortunate wrong read there for CNED. Wow, that's aggro from Mr. Fallen. He's blinded by the paranoia, and Runner's expecting him to leave the site. Oh, that was nearly out of Captain trying to make some kind of play. So this... What are you doing, Destrian? What are you doing?
Also wanting to be in that fight. But CNED alone tries to do the superhero landing.
I was going to say, that pit gives them like the plant and short to play off, but it allows the retakers to try to get into backside. But what is he doing just running around in backside there? CNED mind control Destrian. Yeah, me when my opponent is a mind flayer and I'm just forced to run into them.
I think saying that is an understatement at this point. Yeah, we had such a big back and forth. You know,
that's another all-right round from Vitality. I don't mind what Runner did there, even though he got caught out by Mr. Fallen. He could try to be a little more cautious because he knows that Foot are generally quite aggressive. He could wait until his knives are fully popped before he jumps into the smoke, but the smoke had just bloomed. Oh, they know that somebody's pushed up here. They just heard in the cage. They just heard someone in this cage. Destrian gets caught again. Dude. Some of these players from Vitality, and I hate to say it, but it's often Destrian, They're just getting caught all the time, wonkily positioned. Like slightly too aggressive, too far away from cover, not anticipating aggression. These kind of mistakes. Oh.
Zender still has them from the shadows. He's even found the omen.
And all of a sudden, Foot right back on top. Seen it in yellow shape, but winning their fight.
Last player standing.
Wait a minute, Runner's alone.
Vitality just had...
Where are my friends?
Vitality had a very cramped post plant there. They're down a player anyway. Trying to make some kind of hero play happen on site. Garage reflank failed. Oof.
You can see the excitement growing.
Well controlled by Foot.
This is turning into an incredible map for them.
I feel like at the footballers,
Vitality can just slow down and give a bit more respect to Foot, I think. Foot are probably going to be playing aggressive. You can chill for a little bit. Why the fuck? Hello? First Garth? What the hell party code are you talking about? Get the hell out of my chat. You're getting a 1 hour timeout.
6-5. 1 round left in the half. And as history has taught us, Vitality not feeling that defense.
Mod check, first Garth? What the fuck are you talking about?
Is their map pick, Pavlos? Is this where that changes?
We've seen a map pick of theirs before, mate. I'm not going to lie.
Should have permed. I want to see what his new code is 1 hour from now.
That's true.
Okay, so Runner's got an attack side operator here if we want to tune back into the game. And he's trying to post it down here. Looking for CNED. Runner knows that CNED's going to be peeking somewhere aggressively.
Vitality, though, they lose this. That's the tournament out. That's the best of 5 down. And the 3 times these two teams have met each other in the past, well, at least the organization. Foot has always come out on top, and Vitality really looked like they had the difference maker today.
An actual first Garth.
See if Cena has anything to say about it this
All right, CNED's posted aggro. These players on site. Oh my god! Oh my god! What am I watching?
He's not a bird. Are we sure he's not a plane? No, he's Super Ned.
Okay. In the meantime, though, Mr. Fallen is still committed to C. They think that that could be a fake still. And they're right. They've cleared safe out of Cubby. God damn, what a read from Mr. Fallen. What a read from Mr. Fallen. A smoke for Ada Captain to try to play inside. They've got to respect this. They're not paying attention to it. Destrian kills 2, but Ada Captain's going to come through the smoke. Destrian gets a 3rd. And Runner goes for the peek in the 3v1, which he doesn't need to do. But he's just making sure there that nobody's sneaking up to try to deny the plant. Redemption for Destrian. I was very, very worried when Destrian didn't try to dominate the smoke and stop anybody that was potentially in short from winning the round. But he got out into graffiti and he killed 2, and then he also killed Ada Captain, so can't really complain about it.
Now for a team which have proven to really
Safe was once banned from CSGO. VAC banned? Right, well, I'm turning this off.
on 3 site maps.
I'm turning this off. Right. Can't watch this anymore. Got no respect for Safe anymore. Can't believe he got banned from Counter-Strike when he was a child. Right, well, I guess should we play the Wordle or something, chat? People leave.
Matters in this moment. And don't tell me off-season events don't matter, but come on, don't dare tell
Worms reloaded.
Match right here.
All right, 6-6. There is no opportunity for a comeback because it's an even half. Let's see. Let's see if Vitality can actually run the Viper composition on defense. We want to see Viper Orb A every time. Flood Wall for C. Okay, this is a different wall for C. Most people are not having it also reach into back sight like that, but that could be interesting. Maybe they'll try and hide in the back corner or do something funky with it. Okay, this is a pistol round that we've seen a lot of different teams run, with their Sentinel covering B and C, and then a 4-player stack over towards A.
Begin. And may the odds be ever in any of these teams' favor.
The Hunger Games reference?
Slow start. Vitality gaining some early control in A lobby here. There's a Killjoy turret to alert them for a flank, but that would only suggest a flank. Not as
So you're going to expect to see the sides completely flipped here.
That is true. I mean, they are hearing that the daggers fell onto that.
Safe knows that they're in on B. Oh, they're going to try and go, yeah, around the world strat. They're trying to go into the A connector. They're not planting B for the A connector. They're straight up planting on A. Vitality have got the read, but Yedajay's coming around behind. Is anybody watching for Yedajay? Yes, Runner is watching for Yedajay. Good awareness. Sender also manages to get the trade on kicks. Mr. Fallin spots a couple. Stuns them both. Oh, Safe almost getting punished there as well by Ada Captain. So Foot realize that they're surrounded. Can anybody pull off an individual round? Destrian just bunny hops up. And the rest of Vitality can't get through short. Safe died, Destrian died, and the two players at short were smoked off. Oh, why is Destrian bunny hopping into the site instead of slowly working his way up? We didn't get to see how Safe died as well. It might have been egregious. It's possible that Destrian is not making the most mistakes and the camera's just on him more. Maybe he's just getting unlucky, but it really feels like it.
I think there's some rivalry being built up here. That they will be able to continue to battle it out for years to come in VCT EMEA.
Woof.
For now,
still a 4-player stack over towards A. But I think Foot have managed to read that.
Right there. Right there. Man down already. But once again, look to get to that B side, a position which they were able to make it to almost completely unscathed.
By the way, Destrian not using the orb on round 2. I think even on the eco rounds, it's still... Well, when you're playing aggressive on A, though, if you're playing 4-player stack and you're fighting A long and A short, I can understand not using the Viper orb.
That's not what Foot are fighting for. They've got full mid control and expect a barrage.
Because when you back up, you can always put it down again.
Come on.
Yes, Foot won with solo KO on Lotus. Please, please don't remind me.
Why should they? Demanding respect.
I'm hurting because of that. I'm hurting.
And their opponents.
Vitality, they fall to the spike. They prevent the ult orbs from being given to Fats here. But at 8-6, Fats holding a lead this early into a second round. Certainly a unique feeling for them, Pavlos. Maybe
okay.
even a pleasurable one.
Pleasurable feelings. There's something so decadent about the word pleasurable. The way it just oozes off your tongue. Pleasurable. Do you not think?
They know. They're not oblivious.
Like if you say you're pleasuring someone, that doesn't imply that you're giving them a massage or giving them chocolates or something like that. It implies a certain...
Yeah, it's a matter of getting out of their own heads.
A certain something, you know?
All
right. Fast through garage for Foot. Destrian throws down the snake bite. Dash in. Where's the smoke? Smoke center. Smoke. He goes for a paranoia. The paranoia's fat, but Captain has already killed 2. No flood smoke from Sender. Sag. Just smoked C main. Sag. Saving like Leviathan. Sag.
Their own bonus round, sorry.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I think the Lotus game has broken me. No, one of the casters said pleasurable, and I just thought it sounded a bit sexual.
It's time for them to come back. Do you remember on Ascent when they had to do that, Pavlos?
Oh, man.
If someone just no context said, that position is quite pleasurable, I would assume a sexual connotation to that.
Robbed as well. Sender, the only one who can maintain a rifle going into the next round. As things go from bad
It's the position part of it?
even more worse.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Any word can feel sexual if said in a particular way. Disagree. I'll use your sentence, right?
I think it's clear.
Let's go for the word.
They haven't been able to get out of their minds.
Wait a second. Wait, maybe you're correct. Let's go for the word ah. How are you going to say ah in a sexual way?
Remember, both teams still have one more timeout to work with.
Ah. That doesn't mean anything. That's just a noise. That's not a word.
And that's when your opponents get almost emboldened by you calling a timeout.
Oh no. Trying to flood into backside with the Viper wall. Safe with a nice cage to try to do something. Runner in 1v3? Doesn't seem likely.
Has got double digits as its name.
How is ah a word? Well, ah is a word that needs some context around it. All right, well, let's pick a sentence where... Give me any sentence where the indefinite article is the sexual part of the sentence. I mean, maybe you could say something like...
That's gone all the way around the world, and there's nothing Runner could ever do about that.
10 to 6 now, and it may be at this
Maybe
point,
you could say something like, I don't want
longingly at their
a
coach,
man.
hoping that some words of wisdom,
Like, just in a way trying to imply, like, I don't want any man, I want you. Maybe that would be the indefinite article being sexual in that sentence? I don't know.
Up in here, can't we? 3 wise men, a Christmas miracle.
Rush A team. I don't think the A part of that sentence is sexual. Anyway, let me focus. Come on. 4 rounds in a row. Vitality lost on the bonus. Foot immediately ult. They take down both of the trips. Destrian is trying to snake bite. He uses a snake bite, knocks the player. Good smoke from Sender. Nice smoke from Sender to keep Destrian alive. Oh, that ult is going to kill Destrian. And safe. Oh my god, the breach ult is just obliterating them. The players flooding in get caught by the Nano Swarm as well. God damn, what a round by Foot.
Right here, right now, Sender, a 1 versus
Right here, right now.
Mr. Fallon.
Kick and scream all you want. Sender, this is not...
Foot look like they have some really nice ways of playing around this Viper comp.
What resilience looks
I thought this earlier on in the offseason, and then they looked terrible in this tournament playing on Haven, but on their attack side, I feel like rounds like this look so good against the Viper comp.
a hair length away.
Getting value out of the huge ultimates, I mean, you can't do that all the time, can you? But like once a half, you can just string together a play like that, where you go for the KO ult into the breach ult, and it looks nasty good.
It's almost like a fairy tale for Fat. Having lost Ascent.
That's the value of the KO, you get a huge ultimate.
Having required an even bigger comeback on Lotus.
But I don't think it's that great during the default rounds. I think Vitality have just lost 2 really crucial moments to build up Foot's ult economy. Adge? Perfect. It's during a tactical timeout. Perfect.
They have in their heads, right? That's the thought. It's not their inability to play defense. They are really good.
I don't want an iPhone? Why not? Everyone else has an iPhone. Get peer pressured into buying an iPhone. Android? Ooh, Android. That's such an ick when a guy has an Android. Buy an iPhone.
We have seen numerous comebacks from 7th round.
I have an Android, by the way. I don't like iPhones.
With our Vitality, the ones to do it.
It's so unfathomably cringe the way people get attached to Apple products, actually. It kills me. It actually kills me. All right. So, Runner has a Guardian. The rest of them have rifles.
Right now. Look as hard as you want.
Foot are not going to commit to the fast garage take this time.
Nah. Not there. Which is why Vitality needs to bring it all on right now.
Flash into A lobby. Runner realizes that there's too many people there. Dashes away.
And Foot's position, no.
Destrian stays committed over towards the B connector, waiting for more information from the rest of his team.
they'll be more than happy
Mr. Fallen spotted over towards A. That gives you a decent idea that they still want to commit to A. That's a really weird one. Okay, so they KO knife to make it look like they're not on A anymore. Ooh, that's quite early on the Viper Orb. Quite early. They're going to be able to wait that out. For the waiting. Viper Orb goes down. Omen Smoke goes up. And they're faking like they've rotated away to take Garage. Safe has a cam to try to deal with this. Vitality are trying to come into... Oh my god. Kicks needs to be careful here. Good flash. Good flash. That's going to tell them that there's still people over towards A. Pop the Viper Orb. Oh, CNED's managed to kill one. But this should still be a pretty good defense. Trying to pivot and get into B with 30 seconds left. Safe wins the impact kill of the round. So many of those were going the way of Foot on Lotus. Destrian's dead. No opportunity for the wall. Oh my god. 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 What the hell is happening? How is Sender allowed to get away with that? Huh? Huh? They just had no idea that Sender was over here. They thought Safe was the only player towards B and C.
But can they make it consistent? Was this just one of those consecrations of light, those flashes of brilliance, those sparks in the pan that you see from players this talented? It's the consistency.
Can they come back?
Now.
No. The comeback's not possible. Foot are going to win. They look like the better team. They're managing to win all of the clutch situations. Foot have really good ideas. It's over, chat. It's over. Okay, they break the Omen ult at the start of the round that Ada Captain was trying to set up a play from. So that's a good start for Vitality. Nanoswarm indicates that someone's taking short control.
Oh, that's filthy! Exactly what he was doing there, and he's not yet shut down. How is CNED not dead? Alive and well, brings his team into the site with him.
How does he not die even when he hits a trip? Safe though, survives. Oh, great play by Safe. He accidentally kills Mr. Fallen for the ace. That's what they needed. Well, that's what they needed. God damn. God damn. The trip should have been able to get the kill onto CNED, but it didn't. He floods into backside. He's there on the rotate way faster than in the previous round. And he's able to play up close tuck to default. And then swing around the other side of it as well. He almost got caught by the breach flash. I mean, he did get caught by the breach flash, but he almost got killed by the breach flash. But he managed to tuck back behind default. I feel like, actually, Vitality are playing the A defense pretty well. They're not committing too many players to A. They're flooding into the site well. They're using Paranoia. They're using the Viper Orb at the proper timings. They're always using the Viper Orb on A. Like, they're playing A pretty well. My problem is they don't seem to be able to defend over towards C. So I would like to see Foot focus more on fast garage takes and going into C. Because that is where they've been finding a lot of their success.
They deserve an Emmy. They deserve every award in the world because
they deserve a Nobel Prize, Pavlos.
We live in a simulation.
Boom, bottle,
Is
boom,
this
boom.
reality? This is real life.
This is not real.
Right there.
My, oh.
All right. Vitality. Got on around. Right there.
Runner is defending C this round with the op. So I think this is a nice read from Runner, but he's really far forwards now. He's trying to play in front of the breach flash. I haven't been paying attention to where Mr. Fallen has been flashing, if they're going to take C control. But, oh, this stun's going to go over towards back plat, is it? It might catch onto Runner. Good timing on that from Destrian. Really nice snake bite. They're worried there could be somebody in garage. They know that Destrian's somewhere around. Oh, the timing is brutal for Runner. And that's also forced the dash out of Runner as well. There's still a trip here. They know that Safe has been playing here. Good utility. Good stun. Good KO nade. Nice kill as well by CNED. CNED's fragging has been so good in this match.
And all of a sudden, where's Vitality?
It's over.
All the way.
It is over.
CNED, these entries have just been immaculate.
And that's a save.
Runner has to save. But
So this is how Vitality give up map point. Give up tournament point.
Series points now. As Vitality need 4 in a row.
This has been a really good series, yeah. I think this is the kind of rivalry in EMEA that'll be quite back and forth. Because I think on days where Vitality are able to close things out a little better, or when they have a bit more experience, or whatever, I think you could see this going the other way. I think this is going to be a really good matchup in EMEA this year. People saying CNED sabotaging Foot team, is this true? What? Who the hell is saying that? People are saying that people come into my chat giving me absurd information and takes.
So no, this is tournament point. Vitality expend everything they can.
All right.
Likewise for Foot.
One Guardian, one Stinger for Vitality in what could be the final round. Early KO knife over here, doesn't see anything. They know that they're not pushed up pretty aggressively. That's a really nice KO knife, actually. Dog re-clears all of this area and lets Runner set up. So now, do Foot want to challenge this? Do they want to try to unload some breach utility to push Runner away? They also have Safe in more of a heavy B anchor position.
Was that a sight?
Slow, patient round. Cracks might use his knife to get info on Runner here. They know that Runner also is using... Yeah, okay, here we go. Runner's been spotted. Are they going to use knife? They use stun as well. CNED's hunting. So now that they've forced Runner back, I love this call from Mr. Fallen. Love this call from Mr. Fallen. They've pushed the jet away. They know that that's going to pull rotates over towards A. They know that there's going to be 2A now, so they're going to commit to C. Good paranoia from Sender. Very nice. Destrian, you've got to try to get into backside here. Destrian's in on backside. Decent smoke, but I'd like to see one over towards logs, to be honest. Oh, and Cena kills Safe. It's over. Oh, they just never were able to stop the C hit at any point. Vitality need to work on their C flooding. That's what really let them down on the defense side there. So many rounds where Foot were just able to go through garage or C long and get successful site execs. I think if you're solo anchoring as Omen, putting the smoke between default and back plat is probably the best position. But if you are trying to flood, defend C, and you want your defenders to come in and help you, putting a smoke logs tends to be better in that situation. Because it allows the CT players to get in without having to worry about getting faced as soon as they come through the smoke. So that's a bit of a disaster for Vitality. They can't be feeling happy about that. They can feel happy about the fact that they did well and they beat Furia and they gave Foot a close game. But this should not have been a simple... It's not that it was simple, actually, but this should not have been a 3-1 victory for Foot Esports with how they played on Lotus and some of the stuff that was going on Sunset as well. Vitality should have at least been able to put up 2 maps and win one of Lotus or Sunset. The fact they didn't close out Lotus is brutal. Foot, though, relying on good individuals, some good calling. The mid-rounding was really excellent from Mr. Fallen. CNED was popping. They didn't have any underperformances from Yedajay when he was on Omen. Even when they were losing massively on Lotus, it wasn't because Yedajay was playing badly. And Adacaptain was still playing really well, whereas he had a bit of a shaky beginning yesterday. It's honestly, it was kind of close, Foot even making it to this final. It felt like it might not have been them. It might have been Gen G, honestly, which is bizarre to say. But Yeah, Vitality, maybe a bit of choking happening there. Maybe a bit of the inexperience showing its head. But certainly also some holes in things that Foot was just able to exploit over and over. Certainly not bad, though. Not a bad showing from Vitality for a brand new team. But people, I think, are definitely going to focus on the negatives because of the manner in which they lost. Which was brutal. The Vitality defense was really bad this game. The thing is, the Vitality defense was not bad. It was unsuccessful, and there were components of it that were bad. The problem was those same components kept being the problem over and over and over again, so Foot were able to exploit them over and over and over again. It wasn't like everything that Vitality was doing on defense was terrible. They had a lot of things that they were doing really well. But on Lotus, their control of rubble was very poor. Even after they'd been able to secure it, they just couldn't hold on to it. And that lost them a ton of really important rounds. And then on Haven, their sea flooding was a really big problem. They weren't able to ever execute that properly. And so that lost them a bunch of rounds as well. On Sunset, at the end of Sunset, they started playing passively on A, even though the aggressive defenses on A had been working. So they were trying to play A passive to retake, and that ended up being a big problem for them too. So I know the match results say Vitality sucks on defense, but I think it's more that they just had like one or two things on each map that was bad in an otherwise good defense. Your favorite team to watch this tournament? My favorite team to watch was still Vitality because I felt like the good ideas that they had were better than everybody else's. It's just that they also had some things that they were doing quite badly. But I think they'll fix it because they're quite a new team. I did predict Foot to win the entire tournament at the beginning. I did predict Vitality to win the final after I'd seen them play. I wasn't expecting it to go in this kind of manner. So I thought these two teams would be, up towards the top. But yeah, I think it was some small but very serious problems that ended up losing that for Vitality. But I still think it's a really good showing making it to the finals. And I think both Vitality and Foot are going to be good in EMEA this year. I don't know whether they're going to be punching for Madrid. That seems difficult when Fnatic and Na'Vi are in the region. And I don't know whether they're going to be punching for Shanghai either. How many teams make it to Shanghai? 3, I think, right? So one of those teams could make top 3 for Shanghai. It's certainly possible. Vitality looked lost when their opponents did something different. A little bit. I think Mr. Fallen's calling really sent them for a loop sometimes. There were definitely times on Lotus, like when Yedajay ulted away to the other side, the final round where Yedajay ulted away from the seaside, and things just went into chaos for Vitality. They didn't know which parts of the map were safe. They didn't know really where to rotate. It definitely felt confused in that moment. But remember that Vitality are also a team without somebody IGLing that has a lot of experience. We think Sender is the IGL for the team. Although I haven't had that totally confirmed. But I think Sender's the IGL. And I don't think he has a ton of experience IGLing. So I still think that they're playing pretty well considering the lack of experience on the team. Yeah, Madrid is only 8 teams. They're going to play Swiss and then they're going to play double elimination bracket. No, regions do not get extra spots for winning tournaments. It's just 2 from each in Madrid, 3 from each in Shanghai, 4 from each in Champions. Salah said Sender was the IGL when the roster was announced. Right.
Vibrating with energy today as we saw Foot just come back and
yeah, Swiss will be pretty interesting. Swiss with 8 teams, I think they'll be able to do BO3, but I'm not sure. Often Swiss is done with BO1, which I'm not huge on that.
India and Southeast Asia, Riot Games to the stage.
Just keeping the shot on the host not showing the guest.
Ahmed, co-founder, COO, and Esports League, the Esports Club. Without them, this tournament wouldn't be here, and also without you guys, the community. And without further ado, let us invite the runner-ups to the stage for the prize-giving ceremony. I'd like to invite Team Vitality!
Poor Vitality. They must be fucking boomed. I mean, I'm sure there'll be, you know, smiles and stuff like that. What is going on here? Any camera shots? Any camera shots of the players? Why are we just on one camera? I'm sure they had more than one camera earlier on, didn't they? Maybe they did. Maybe they only have one camera. Yeah, I mean, they're like, you know, they're smiling and they're all right about it, but they got to be feeling a bit gutted in the way that they lost that. I see a lot of upside for this team, though. I see a lot of potential.
What an incredible performance coming from this team, undefeated from their groups. Only
your opinion on True Rippers? They did really well. They did much better than I was expecting. I thought they would just get stomped. For a team that has no coach, True Rippers looking pretty promising. There were no massive tech pauses today as well, by the way. That's pretty cool. I imagine if the organizers ran another LAN, it would be pretty similar. Bare minimum achieved. Yeah, for some of these off-season events, though, you got to set the bar fairly low. I mean, this one probably should have been higher because it was an official Riot event, but it wasn't that bad. It was definitely watchable. With Global performing above expectations as well, shows a lot of potential for the Indian scene. Yeah. I think we need to wait for Global to actually play with their full roster and play a few more matches, because I don't think this tournament can really tell you too much about what Global was up to. That's quite a nice looking trophy. I like that. Krax was a fucking animal. Mr. Fallen played fantastically and IGL'd incredibly well. CNED was fragging like a monster, hitting so many entries. And they still were only just able to snatch this one away from Vitality across a couple of the maps. They did comprehensively beat them on the final map there of Haven, though. That was a pretty comprehensive victory. I think Foot are always going to have a lot of individual moments, though. They're an individually skilled team. What happened to guys? I don't know. I thought he was still coaching the squad, but maybe he's not. Maybe he couldn't make it to the event or something. CNED is sick, by the way. Doesn't seem to have affected his performance. Yeah, I'm not going to go back and VOD review the global esports game. I'll wait until they play some matches in the regular season. In theory, I might be missing out a little bit on learning stuff about them, but I don't care enough about watching them with a sub. There's going to be plenty of time to look at them later on in the year. Gaius is on a month of military service. What? Is that how it works in Turkey? Or is he part of the reserves or something? How the hell does that work? Right. So that's it for. Oh, wait a second. 5 a.m. Korea. What is 5 a.m. Korea time is 8 p.m. for me. So Bren wants to play DayZ tonight at 8 p.m., which is in 6.5 hours. So Bren wants to play DayZ in 6.5 hours. We don't have any major VODs to review, so we don't have to worry about that. Let me look at my schedule and see what other stuff I've got. I need to hang some baubles on the Christmas tree. I do need to edit some co-stream VODs as well. I don't like just uploading co-streams as an entire thing to my YouTube channel because they're so long and they're so full of like tangents and breaks and stuff like that. So I like editing them, but fuck me, it takes a while to edit a co-stream down properly. I don't know how people pump out those like YouTube videos. You know the YouTube videos that get posted almost immediately after the game, and it's just like Tarek reacts to foot against Vitality, and it's just it's a cut down like 40-minute version of an entire series. How the hell do those get made that quickly? How the hell do they get made that quickly? I know Sliggy uploads everything, but I don't think it's the best strategy for YouTube. Imagine having editors. I have a YouTube editor, but if I just told my editor, edit this, that's just like... You have to get a very specific person to be able to do something like that, man. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, Foot 1. In a bizarre fashion as well. You should go back and watch. What about Lou? Lou does the Pokemon videos. I have a different editor, Heartbreaker, who does most of the other videos for me. But they don't... dude, I would not ask somebody. I would not even ask an editor to try to cut down my co-streams that quickly. That sounds like a hellish job. You'd have to pay them so much for it to be worthwhile. I think the editors watch the game live and mark down key rounds, etc. That's the only way I think that you could do it. And that still takes an enormous amount of time because you have to watch everything live and then you have to go back and re-edit it. I mean, that's crazy amounts of hours that you're putting into something like that. I'll do it for $7. Fucking hell. So it's a money issue? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, of course it's a money issue. I could hire like a multi-million-dollar firm and I'm sure they would be able to produce the videos, but I don't have that kind of money. At the end of the day, everything's a money issue. Anyway, yeah, what was I going to say? So, what am I going to do with the rest of my day? So, I think I could just edit the VOD, because I want to edit that Sentinels Team Liquid VOD review that I did a while back and put that on my YouTube channel. But that shows you how far back I am in terms of editing stuff. But I think taking a break now and doing some YouTube stuff is probably the best thing to do, rather than just carrying on streaming. And I'll probably, well, I will stream later on at 8 o'clock because Bren wants to play DayZ. Watch the Sentinels comms video. I watched the first, like, third of it, but I didn't watch the rest of it on stream. I might do at some point, but again, I think I've got stuff to do. Ludwig x Tarek in January. That should be such a good event. The last one was such a chill vibe. It was so good. Thoughts on the global esports roster? You're not going to want to hear them, little first-time chatter. If you're a little global esports fan that's trying to get some hopium, I'm not selling it. Right. Yeah, I think I need to do some YouTube editing, so I'm going to disappear. Who can we send you to? What's going on in the world of Valorant? What is going on in the world of Valorant? The next thing on the calendar is Chinese Ascension in 5 days' time. People are going to have withdrawals. God damn. Right. So, who should we raid? Is Sliggy leaving? Why has Sliggy only got 100 viewers? Did he just turn his stream on? That doesn't make any sense. Send us to Neuer, please. All right, we can send you to Neuer. What is Neuer's thingy? Neuer Val. All right. Bye-bye. See you later. So yeah, I'll be back in about 6 hours. I'll see you then. Peace.